Beyond providing electricity that powers our lives, electric co-ops are strengthening local communities with education grants, economic development, innovative energy projects, and tools to help you better manage your home energy use. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com.
What a matchup we've got, folks. Just non-stop action. The energy is electric and the fans are all in. An intense game like this calls for a Coca-Cola. Crisp and refreshing. That's a game changer. Yeah, that taste scores every time. And just like that, they're back at it. Passionate fans and an ice-cold Coca-Cola. Now that's a winning combo. No matter the team, no matter the sport, everyone knows fan work is thirsty work. Enjoy a Coca-Cola.
The fans came out today, David. That's right, Gabe. Big games mean bigger tailgates. Check out that Ford F-150 truck. A championship caliber performance. Oh, flawless execution, Gabe. Smart, powerful, and with available Pro Power on board, F-150 just took this tailgate over the top. Game on, David. For the latest offers on Ford F-150, go to buyfordnow.com to see your Carolina Ford dealer today. See owner's manual for important operating instructions.
At North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance, you're more than a policy, you're family. With offices in every county, we're close by when it matters most. Our local agents customize coverage to fit your life. And our award-winning claims team delivers fast, quality repairs. It's no surprise Forbes ranked us the #1 auto insurer in America. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
Jericho Koshary, former NC State wide receiver, and you're listening to NC State Football.
Best things about football is the food. You can get everything for your game day spread at Lowe's Foods. There are over 60 different flavors of sausages for your grill. They have some of the best fried chicken you will eat. They even sauce and toss your wings to order. And don't forget the beer den. Lowe's Foods was started in North Carolina, and it's still based here today. Lowe's Foods, proudly supporting the Wolfpack.
Life doesn't wait for perfect conditions, and neither should your deck. Trex Decking is performance engineered to handle real life. From cleats to claws, spilled wine to scraping chairs, Trex doesn't crack, splinter, or flinch. It just holds strong and keeps looking great for years to come. So when you're ready for a deck that takes on daily chaos like a champ, choose the brand that's built to outlast the rest. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors. Visit Trex.com to learn more. Broadcast booth. Lenovo, a global technology solutions company that's called NC home for 2 decades, is proud to support the community in the NC State Wolfpack. Lenovo, smarter technology for all. Visit us at Lenovo.com. Lowe's Foods, countdown to kickoff. Need a game day spread for your tailgate? Stop by Lowe's Foods for their chicken kitchen, sausage works, and beer den. Lowe's Foods, no one foods like Lowe's Foods. Andrew Sanders with you here from a Legacy Stadium in Winston-Salem. It is a beautiful night and much more comfortable than it was last week, 90 degrees and a noon kickoff. We're getting you set for a kickoff just after 7:30, I think about 7:35 tonight for NC State and Wake Forest. And temperatures in the upper 70s. It'll drop down to the low 70s by end of game tonight. So beautiful night for football. A lot of fans in red filing in here, making this first road game feel like a little bit of a home away from home. NC State 2-0 entering this ACC opener against the Demon Deacons, and the offense came up big with 35 points a week ago, but it was the defense that completely turned things around in the second half against UVA, shutting out Virginia in the fourth quarter, including, of course, the game-winning interception by Kean Sloan with just over a minute to go. Earlier this week in the coaches show at Chaz Now, Tony Haynes caught up with new defensive coordinator DJ Elliott, got his thoughts on the defense through the first 2 games of the year.
Well, we came out in the first game and we played really good, sound rush defense, and we were able to get off the field on third down, and we made some critical stops that helped us win the game. And then, last week I thought we did some good things, first and second down, but we struggled on third down, especially in the first half. Kind of regrouped in the second half, came back and played much better. But I'm very pleased to see how the guys finish in clutch situations. We had fourth down stop in both games. We had game-winning stops in both games, and it's great to see the perseverance of these defensive players.
I was just talking about what a nice night it is here in Winston-Salem, and boy, was it hot against UVA, 90 degrees or more. Of course, Coach Elliott said that heat impacted the defensive rotation.
We definitely were rotating. We recognized when the players were getting gassed, and we were trying to get other guys in there. We didn't want the guys not to be at their top speed, so we want to keep those guys fresh as much as possible. And so we rotated quite a bit, You have to make sure, especially at D line, because that is the most exhausting position on the field. I mean, rushing the passer every play or defending the run every play is like wrestling, so you have to make sure at that position that you're staying fresh so that those guys can be 100%. So we had to rotate a lot.
And, that was something, talking to some of the Virginia people that had made the trek down, that they were concerned about entering that game because it had not been that hot nor as humid recently in Charlottesville. And so that was an adjustment, of course, the heat for both teams. There's been a lot of adjusting for Coach Elliott so far as he comes back to the college game from the NFL.
The rules were the same for 20 years, and in the last 5, they've all changed.
Right.
I felt like, I was coaching in the Canadian League or something.
We got the Rouge. We're going to do the Rouge.
So it was a complete change. The recruiting rules, the game management rules, all that stuff. So, yeah, it was a learning experience for sure.
Yeah.
I was at your press conference after practice last week, and you were reciting all the third down statistics. Third and long, the defense wins 70% of the time.
Yeah.
And Virginia was hitting on some third and longs in the first half.
I shouldn't have said that. Yeah. I set myself up for that one.
You jinxed yourself.
Yes.
But you're right. You can see it. I think they were 10 of 13
yeah.
on third down. If, as a defensive coach, when that happens, is there anything more frustrating? Because on first and second down, the guys were doing a pretty good job.
That's right. I mean, we defended 19 third downs in that game. That might be the most I've ever defended.
Wow.
But and the good about that is we were getting them into 19 third downs. So that's some good first and second down defense. We had a couple explosive runs where we really tried to stop them on third and short. But yeah, it was frustrating that we weren't getting off the field. And so you got
especially in that heat, right?
Yeah, especially because then the guys are getting more reps and all that. So you got to figure out what is it I can do better as a coach. What is it we can do better as players, and we made some adjustments at halftime that I think helped us some.
Yeah, those adjustments, again, holding Virginia to 7 points in the second half, and most importantly, 0 points in that decisive fourth quarter with a couple of huge red zone plays and the Kean Sloan interception. Getting off the field on third down. Tonight they'll be dealing with a running quarterback, and the guys were able to catch up with Coach Elliott, talking about the differences between college and NFL defensive schemes, and you see more running quarterbacks at this level.
It's just different. The NFL's based on personnel, so most of your scheme is how do I stop this player? How do I get this player in best position to pass rush? How can I prevent this linebacker from having to cover that running back? It's so much personnel based, and then in college a lot of it is scheme based. People aren't afraid to run their quarterback, which is a tough scheme to defend as a defensive coordinator, whereas in the NFL that's not going to be at the top of their call list. Hey, let's get our $30 million guy hit running the ball, So it's different in that aspect. It's not that it's necessarily more difficult. It's just a whole different philosophy.
It's a good segue. Wake Forest has a really fast QB named Robbie Ashford, and they are not shy about running him. It seems to be run forward at times. He had a really long touchdown run last week. I've been told from defensive coaches that specifically running the quarterback just kind of messes your numbers up. Your rules get all wacky, is broken plays, everything's off script. How difficult is it when a guy is run first? I don't know if he's run first, but he's very, very happy to do it, and it seems like they're happy to have him go do it. What's it like defending a guy like that?
Well, defensive schemes are designed to defend, running backs running the ball. So, you've got your gaps and your responsibilities and all that. And then when the quarterback becomes a runner, that's a +1 that you don't necessarily account for. So you have to adjust your scheme, or you have to get off a block and make a play. So anytime the quarterback becomes a runner, it's a tough scheme to defend because it's a +1 problem that you didn't have, in any other attack. And so you have to be cognizant of that. And then with that as well, the athletic quarterbacks present a problem when they scramble. So sometimes the rushing yards for a quarterback come from pass plays. They drop back, everybody gets depth to cover, and then they take off and they get 10 or 15 yards. So you got to keep those guys in the pocket on pass plays too. So, it's always a tough offense when they have a running quarterback for sure.
Yeah, and Ashford is certainly a threat to run. C.J. Bailey showed he can certainly use his legs as well last week in the win over Virginia. For Coach Elliott in the pros in the NFL, you've got the free agency, but of course here at the college level, you're recruiting out of the portal. He was able to identify and get some key additions in the portal after spring ball.
We recruited very well out of the portal, and not only good players, but good people. They brought a lot to our team, not only as athletes, but as great team members. And it's helped us, kind of grow and try to strive to win every game.
You get here in January. How long did it take you to identify the needs that you had to go for and kind of plug some holes?
Well, I think we had to go through spring ball and really find, what we had, what we could do, and what we needed to get. And we were able to do that, and we got a lot of those guys in the spring portal. Brian and Kian and Sebastian and Joseph, who hasn't even played much yet, but we got a lot of those guys in that spring portal.
Different players fitting into that defensive scheme. He mentioned a key addition, Kean Sloan, who had the game-winning interception. He's stepped into the role as the jack linebacker, for example.
Not a science, but you want to get a certain type of athlete to fit a system that you're trying to run. And I feel good about where we're headed right there. But then each team is different, right? Certain teams are good at this, certain teams are bad at that every year. And so you show just too, like, hey, maybe we're a great man team, we'll play a lot of man. Maybe we're a great zone team, so we'll play a lot of zone. Maybe we're really solid up front, so let's let those guys win some one-on-ones and get some pass rush. Or maybe we're really good on the edges, and we'll let those guys win. So I think that we have the personnel to fit the system. Exactly how we use it, it depends on what we can do.
A really great play, I think, Kean Sloan at the end of the game, where he picks up the guy on the wheel. He's able to run with him and make the interception, but mostly we've seen him rushing the passer and doing a good job defending the run. That's a unique position, I guess, in your defense with the jack. Is there a more perfect fit for that position than he is?
No, I don't think there is. He's 6'4", 250. He can run. He's strong. He's physical. And Trey Thomas has done a good job at that spot too. Trey's played some at that spot too, and he has the same skill set.
That was new defensive coordinator DJ Elliott from the Coaches Show with Matt Chazanow, Tony Haynes. And again, this defense, while the yards allowed, number 16th in the ACC, it's about making plays when you need it. Hey, putting up zeros in the fourth quarter, that is huge. They've made 2 game-winning plays so far. And I'm sure Wolfpack fans hoping it doesn't come down to another game-winning stop necessary for the defense, but huge for confidence that this team has experienced it not once, but twice. That becomes something that you can build on as the season goes along. That belief that, hey, if we need to get a stop, we're going to get it. Same kind of belief we saw Will Wilson and what Jeff Gravely is calling the Wilcat formation. And in that belief, and Coach Doran said, hey, I believe we could get a yard. I'll go for it on 4th down in my own territory because we were just a couple first downs away from not even needing a defensive stop. We could kneel the ball out. That belief, whether it's to get that key yard on 4th and 1 or to get that key stop on 4th down or the interception in the red zone, that's the difference in these one-score games that so often are the difference in a season from what you would call, a really good season versus a season of almost. And so far, this team has come up on the right side of both of those two games and those coin flip type situations in a one-score game. We need to pause 10 seconds now for station identification on the Wolfpack Sports Network from Learfield. When we come back, we'll talk to Tony Haynes, who is on the sideline, and we'll hear back in studio a scoreboard from Mike Moat. That's on its way on the Lowe's Foods Countdown to Kickoff on the Wolfpack Sports Network from Learfield.
The top-rated public golf course in Raleigh is none other than the Lonnie Pool Golf Course at NC State. No wonder this championship course was designed by Arnold Palmer and is challenging and fun to play for all skill levels. Join a league or take lessons. Check out the latest equipment in the golf shop. You can even have your swing analyzed or get a custom club fitting from one of the nation's premier master fitters. It's all here at your #1 golf course. Learn more at LonniePoolGolfCourse.com.
I'm Hollywood Smothers, running back for the Pack.
I'm Brandon Cleveland, defensive tackle for NC State football.
On the field, Coach Doran builds a strong foundation.
And our defense shows that game in and game out.
You mean our offense?
We can agree that both sides of the ball are built strong.
Built to last, just like Dogged Concrete.
Dog has been laying solid foundation for years, just like the history of our program.
And just like I power through the middle for touchdowns, you'll score big with Dogged Concrete.
Foundation for champions. Need concrete?
Go with Dogged.
Go Pack.
See how far electric vehicles can take you and your family. Most new all-electric vehicles can travel over 250 miles on a single charge. And they're fun to drive. Join the NC Clean Energy Technology Center before the October 4th NC State football game against Campbell to talk with electric vehicle owners and check out their vehicles in front of the closed King Indoor Practice Facility. Learn more at learnaboutevs.org. That's learnaboutevs.org.
Football season is here, and the fall months are approaching, but it's still warm. That means pests like ants, roaches, and mosquitoes are out in full force. Luckily, you can trust the pros at Arrow Exterminators to keep your home, business, and tailgate pest-free. Arrow is trusted to keep Carter Finley Stadium a pest-free zone and is a supporter of the NC State Wolfpack. So, rest assured that with Arrow Pest and Termite Control, you're getting the best from the best. Schedule a free pest inspection today. Call 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com.
It's Bo time. Fumbling the food on game day? Rookie move. But you know Bo can make your tailgate a winner, breakfast, lunch, or dinner. Because the Carolina Legend has everything you're craving. We're talking crispy, juicy chicken loaded with real southern flavor, fluffy, scratch-made buttermilk biscuits, and all the fixins to feed your whole crew faster than you could say touchdown. Be the MVP this season and let Bojangles do the cooking. Order your tailgate today. It's Bo time.
Hey, this is Matt Chazanow, voice of the Wolfpack. When it comes to banking, Dogwood State Bank stands out. Dogwood isn't your average bank. They're reshaping community banking. They prioritize your needs, whether you're a small business or a seasoned pro. At Dogwood, they understand the value of your business. Come experience the Dogwood difference for yourself. Dogwood State Bank, proudly serving Raleigh, Charlotte, Sanford, Wilmington, Greenville, Morehead City, and Fayetteville. Visit dogwoodstatebank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
Time now to check scores and highlights from around the ACC and the country. Let's send it back to the Learfield Network studio. Here's Mike Moat.
Set for a 7:35 start time from Winston-Salem in a Legacy Stadium as the Wolfpack hit the road for the first time this year to face the Deacons of Wake Forest. The Demon Deacons coming into this game 2-0 on the season, as is the Pack. Let's look at other games taking place around the league. Of course, this is the lone matchup not only in the league but in college football on this Thursday night. Tomorrow night, we have one team from the ACC in action, that being the Orange of Syracuse. They'll be at the Carrier Dome once again to take on Colgate, a team that is from the FCS. Syracuse 1-1 after a dramatic come-from-behind win against UConn last Saturday. On Saturday, you've got 12th-ranked Clemson and Georgia Tech. Of course, this is a huge matchup to start league play for both schools. As Georgia Tech head coach Brett Keyes, his team has a great shot in this game, and he's downplaying how tough this might be in terms of, hey, we know what this team is able to do. kind of channeling his inner Bill Belichick with this response to some questions earlier in the week.
Mission hadn't changed for this football team. This target's a big one, biggest one up to this point. Every game's a challenge, and this is the next challenge, and it's a big one. Yeah, they're a good football team. We're excited to play him. He can run and throw. He's got experience, got a good scheme, good coaches, well coached, good football player. Yeah, every week's a big challenge. We've done a good job, only as good as the next game. So, need to continue to improve.
He's talking about is Clemson quarterback Cade Klubnik, who's had some problems connecting with his wide receivers. And it's maybe more about the receivers than him. He's had a lot of guys drop balls on him this first couple of games of the season, and he's also been without one of his weapons in Antonio Williams, who went out early in the first game of the season. Also on Saturday, Virginia back in action at home against William and Mary. You've got Pitt and West Virginia in the backyard brawl. This has a great history of games in the past between these two when they were conference members back in the Big East days. But head coach of the Panthers, Pat Narduzzi, says, don't need to focus on the history, focus on the here and now.
I've been in a lot of rivalry games throughout my career, and there's a lot of hatred in the game. I think the fans hate each other. All the things in the crowd and the stands and what happens when you're driving on the bus, all that stuff really doesn't matter. It's what happens on that football field that's going to matter, in the team that stays focused the best on really what the task at hand is winning a football game. That's what we're going down there to do, is try to win a football game. I won't even talk about the last time we went down. It doesn't even matter. It was 2 years ago.
Pitt had a big win on Saturday, spreading out the lead late in that ball game to pull away in a close matchup, and then it was West Virginia's problem on Saturday. They lost in their game. They're 1-1 under Rich Rodriguez. Again, that game coming up on Saturday at noon. The rest of the schedule looks like this. North Carolina and Richmond from Chapel Hill. It'll be SMU on the road against Missouri State. 5th-ranked Miami and 18th-ranked South Florida. A 7 o'clock game should be a good one there. Of course, the Bulls coming off of that upset in Gainesville against Florida last week. It'll be Virginia Tech trying to avoid an 0-2 start. They'll host Old Dominion. It'll be Duke on the road against Tulane. Cal takes on Minnesota, that in Berkeley, and the late game features Boston College and Stanford. Some games of note from the top 25. We'll talk about those a little bit. 4th-ranked Oregon on the road against Northwestern. Another marquee matchup later in the day. We'll see Georgia taking on Tennessee. That's the 6th-ranked Dogs and the 15th-ranked Volunteers. And also in the evening session, you've got 8th-ranked Notre Dame hosting 16th-ranked Texas A&M. We'll give you a little more on that game at halftime. For now, back to this matchup between the Wolfpack and the Demon Deacons as we send it back to Andrew Sanders in Winston-Salem, who's joined now by Tony Haynes. Andrew?
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Back here in Winston-Salem, beautiful night for football. Tony Haynes is joining us from the sidelines. And Tony, before we deep dive into this matchup, safe to say a little more comfortable for you tonight versus last weekend.
Yeah, I was just talking to Buke Oregon about that down here on the field. We both agreed it's going to be about 30 degrees difference, I think, here in about 30 minutes or so. But that was rough last week. I mean, that was one of the hottest games that I've been on the sidelines for, maybe a few others, like the Texas Tech game in 2002, and that one went into overtime. So that one was really rough, and plus it was played on the old AstroTurf, so it was really steamy that day. But I just remember last Sunday being pretty much worthless. I'm generally speaking, I'm worthless on Sundays, but more so last Sunday because I was really drained from that 3.5 hours on the sidelines last week. Can imagine how the players must have felt.
Yeah, and obviously it's a short week. It's a quick turnaround, and the temperatures at 90 plus. That was something we just heard from DJ Elliott, new defensive coordinator, about how he had to change his rotations and trying to keep guys fresh. Hey, 2 big plays by the defense last couple weeks, 2 wins. Tony, what do you feel like we've learned about this team through the first couple of games?
I don't know. We're trying to figure that out. You kind of look back to week 1. The defense did a great job in terms of stopping the run. The Pirates can throw the ball around a little bit and did a pretty good job in that area. And then you come out last week and the NC State defense struggled against the run and the pass. Virginia ends up with more than 500 yards of total offense. So one of the things that has struck me with the defense so far, if you look back over the last 6 quarters of football, that's the second half against ECU and the entire game against Virginia, NC State has only 1 quarterback sack. So certainly DJ Elliott who we just heard from, who would like to get a little more pressure on the quarterback. But every game is different. Every team is different. You know, tonight you got a quarterback, Ashford, more of a running quarterback than a thrower. And people are not quite sure where he is as a throwing quarterback yet. So I think NC State will want to try to force him to put it up in the air and see how much success he can have. But I don't think there are any surprises with the offense because we knew of all the weapons coming into the season with the Hollywood Smothers and the tight ends and the wide receivers, then C.J. Bailey. That has not been a surprise. I think that operation offensively has looked pretty much the way we thought it would be. They've kind of lived up to the expectations so far, and I would expect this as a team moving forward will keep getting better on offense and start scoring even more points.
Yeah, you hope to see that. And on the defensive side of the ball for NC State, as we look at Wake Forest, one thing they're not going to be having to worry about tonight, I will not be asking you about the slow mesh, right? You got a new coach, new scheme. What stands out to you when you look at this Wake Forest squad?
Yeah, it is different. And after watching the slow mesh and Dave Clawson on the other side all these years, you have a lot of respect for him and what a great coach he was here at Wake Forest. I think that, though, if you were to ask any of the NC State defensive coaches who went against that slow mesh, they're very happy it's gone because those slow mesh extended RPOs put a lot of pressure on the defense, especially with the linebackers. Do you play the run or do you drop out and try to provide some underneath coverage? You're not sure what you're going to get against that slow mesh, especially if they got the quarterback like Sam Hartman who can run it. So I think with Wake Forest now, it's a kind of a different approach. It's maybe what we've seen so far, a bend but don't break defense. They're going to try to keep things in front and not allow big plays. And if that's the way the Deacons approach this one tonight against NC State, which I expect they probably will, it's going to be incumbent upon C.J. Bailey and his offense to be patient because some big shots over the top may not be available as much against this style of defense that Wake Forest plays right now.
Last question for you, Tony, and this is the longest continuous rivalry in the ACC. They've been playing every year since 1910. Now, you have not seen all of those, but you've seen a good number of these, and this is, as you know, been a tough place for NC State to win, particularly in the last, 20, almost 30 years now. But last time you were here on the sidelines, you saw a Wolfpack victory. What memories do you have from this rivalry, either here in Winston-Salem or maybe some great wins in Carter-Fountain?
I've seen a lot of strange games here, and NC State has lost a lot of close games in this stadium. And Wake Forest has found a way over the years many times to make the plays in the fourth quarter to win. I mean, I remember the play when Emeka Mezzi was a freshman. He was about to score what looked like was going to be the game-winning touchdown. He tried to hold the ball over the goal line. It was knocked out, and it was ruled a fumble. It was a very close play. Not sure still if they got it right, but if Emeka does hang on to the ball a fraction of a second longer there, that would have been a great win. But it seems like when NC State has played in games like that here, it's Wake makes the plays in the fourth quarter or they get the big break at the end of the game. Now, the last time here, and I thought of it last week because I saw Brennan Armstrong at the game last week, and you remember when NC State played here a couple of years ago, that was the week after M.J. Morris had pretty much redshirted himself, and Brennan Armstrong was back in the starting lineup, and he drove Wake Forest batty with his ability to run around a little bit. Then he started completing some passes, and he had a great game. And I remember saying on the air that day that I guarantee you Dave Clawson wishes M.J. Morris was still the quarterback because they really had a tough time adjusting to the reemergence of Brennan Armstrong and his ability to run the ball.
Yeah, no doubt. Emeka was in. TA was also in. Tony, thank you, as always.
There you go.
Up next, we'll hear from Coach Doran on the Lowe's Foods Countdown to Kickoff from Learfield.
You're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing? T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
What a matchup we've got, folks. Just non-stop action. The energy is electric and the fans are all in. An intense game like this calls for a Coca-Cola. Crisp and refreshing. That's a game changer. Yeah, that taste scores every time. And just like that, they're back at it. Passionate fans and an ice-cold Coca-Cola. Now that's a winning combo. No matter the team, no matter the sport, everyone knows fan work is thirsty work. Enjoy a Coca-Cola.
When it comes to engineering, in North Carolina, one name leads the pack. The College of Engineering at NC State University is where next-generation leaders design, build, and launch solutions into the world. Our students don't wait for the future, they create it now with real-world impact, innovative research, and industry partnerships that power change and fuel our economy. We're solving problems that matter here in North Carolina and beyond. Engineering the future. It all starts at NC State.
This is Johnny Evans, and you're listening to Wolfpack Football.
One of the best things about football is the food. You can get everything for your game day spread at Lowe's Foods. There are over 60 different flavors of sausages for your grill. They have some of the best fried chicken you will eat. They even sauce and toss your wings to order. And don't forget the beer den. Lowe's Foods was started in North Carolina, and it's still based here today. Lowe's Foods, proudly supporting the Wolfpack.
To us, every moment matters. Moments of quiet perseverance and loud celebrations. Starting moments and the moments that make us feel unstoppable. We're here to help you be present for them all. UNC Health is dedicated to getting you back to what you love. Faster, stronger, and healthier. Official healthcare provider of NC State Athletics.
It's time for the Coca-Cola Coach's Comments with the head coach of the Wolfpack, Dave Doran. Fan work is thirsty work. Enjoy a Coca-Cola. Standing by with Coach Doran, here's Matt Chazanow.
Coach, 2 great wins to start the year, 2 tight wins to start the year against good competition, East Carolina and Virginia. Now here we are on a Thursday against Wake Forest. What are the tight wins, specifically being able to pull it out late with key defensive plays? What have you learned about your team early on this year through 2 weeks?
Well, they're mentally tough. They're resilient guys. They don't flinch. They believe in each other. They find in different ways to win games. And obviously, you'd rather not have to be in a one-possession game. But the thing it does is it tells you where you're at, and it tells you what your leadership's like, and that you have guys that are willing to step up and make plays in key moments.
How hard is the quick turnaround from Saturday, not only Saturday to Thursday, but Saturday to Thursday as the road team? So you've got to do the travel in addition to that. Not only is it compressed, but it's kind of doubly compressed.
Yeah, coming off a game where it was over 90 degrees, too, it's really hard. It's hard on the staff, but it's really hard on players. You hear this a lot from coaches, but player safety matters when it matters. And in this situation, it's hard, and so you can't practice the way you normally do. You have less contact, you have less time for recovery, you have less time to teach. And so it's a challenge for both teams. It's something that I would prefer to do after a bye week, play a Thursday game. And I understand the popularity of Thursday night television and the publicity the programs get. That side of it's great. But the short week aspect of it's not great.
Defensive coordinator DJ Elliott joined us on the coaches show this week. He said with the heat,
just kind of the way the game happened to be played against Virginia and the short week Thursday. The big guys down low, they really feel it. You know, the hydration, the physicality, especially on the defensive line. He said every play is basically like a wrestling match, and these guys have to recover really, really quick. Is it even harder for the big guys in a situation like this?
I think it's hard on anybody that took a lot of reps. I mean, the strain that takes place on the line of scrimmage is obviously more intense. But, 91 to 95 degrees, and when you're playing 40 to 60 plays, some of the guys were, and guys that didn't come out of the game were playing 70s. It's hard, it's a challenge on them physically, and, we did the very best that we could in a tough situation, and hopefully we'll have their legs back by a kick.
Here with Coach Doran getting set for this one, Thursday night kick against the Demon Deacons. Wake Forest, folks know Damon Claiborne, explosive running back. Quarterback Robbie Ashford's made quite the tour. He's gone Oregon, Auburn, South Carolina, and now Wake Forest, SEC all-freshman team a few years back. He pops with speed on film, doesn't he?
Yeah, he can really run. He's a good athlete, and he's a 220-pound kid, so he can run through contact, too. He's not just a mobile guy that runs away from people. He runs like a tailback, and so he's going to be a challenge to tackle.
What are the rules for the defense, or maybe a better way to put it is what's best practices when you're playing a quarterback who wants to go off schedule, wants to create chaos? What do guys need to watch out for when he's escaping and there's really not even really a play being run? He's just playing backyard football.
Yeah, well, you got to be disciplined in your rush lanes. You got to be smart about getting too deep in the pocket and opening up interior escape lanes for him, and then the edges of the defense, getting off of blocks, and then it comes down to tackling guys like that are fast.
Wide receiver Chris Barnes is a new Demon Deacon. What does he show you on film? What kind of player is Chris Barnes?
Yeah, the slot receiver, number 10, is really fast. Yeah. He's a Tyreek Hill type of kid. He does a lot after the catch. They'll give it to him on jets. They'll throw it to him on screens. They'll put him out to the field one-on-one and see if you can get a hitch on him and tackle him in space. So he's a space player that's got explosive ability. He's also their kickoff returner.
New coach there with Wake Forest. We'll let you go after this one. Jake Dickert comes from the West Coast. What are some of the hallmarks? What do you see on film that he's displaying here in a first year as the head coach for Wake Forest?
Well, it's not a big sample size. In the second game, the opponent wasn't very good. So, we're going to have to feel it out. I know his background, Midwest guy, and coached for Craig Bowl at Wyoming, who's a really good defensive coach. He'll have them ready to play. Their kids play hard. That's one thing. Wake's kids always play really hard. They're fundamentally sound. But there's a lot of new faces on the field that we haven't played against. So, we're going to have to make good adjustments in this game.
Thank you, Coach. Good luck here against Wake Forest.
Thanks a lot. Go Pack.
Were the Coca-Cola coach's comments from the head coach of the Wolfpack, Dave Doran. Johnny Evans returns in a moment with the Carolina Ford dealers' keys to the game. This is the Wolfpack Sports Network from Learfield.
Gotta move. That's usually the reaction. It's the mountain of stuff that's got to be packed, organized, and transferred, which is where Miracle Movers of Raleigh steps in. They're in the business of moving mountains. It's like a miracle because you don't have to stress. You just hand it over to the pros at Miracle Movers. Their top-notch team takes care of all the details. Whether it's a big move or small, local or long distance, Miracle Movers does it all. Moving, packing, even storage. Reach out for a miracle today and get a free estimate at miraclemoversusa.com.
Sports and Social Carry is the home of the NC State Wolfpack football watch parties. Catch every moment of the action while the pack is on the road on the huge 42-foot HD big screen with games, prizes, and giveaways and your favorite pack traditions. Sports and Social Carry will offer the ultimate NC State fan experience while the team is away. Visit sportsandsocialcarry.com and follow on social media at SportsSocialNCCarry.
Life doesn't wait for perfect conditions, and neither should your deck. Trex Decking is performance engineered to handle real life. From cleats to claws, spilled wine to scraping chairs, Trex doesn't crack, splinter, or flinch. It just holds strong and keeps looking great for years to come. So when you're ready for a deck that takes on daily chaos like a champ, choose the brand that's built to outlast the rest. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors. Visit Trex.com to learn more.
One of the best things about football is the food. You can get everything for your game day spread at Lowe's Foods. There are over 60 different flavors of sausages for your grill. They have some of the best fried chicken you will eat, They even sauce and toss your wings to order. And don't forget the beer den. Lowe's Foods was started in North Carolina, and it's still based here today. Lowe's Foods, proudly supporting the Wolfpack.
Football season is here, and the fall months are approaching, but it's still warm. That means pests like ants, roaches, and mosquitoes are out in full force. Luckily, you can trust the pros at Arrow Exterminators to keep your home, business, and tailgate pest-free. Arrow is trusted to keep Carter Finley Stadium a pest-free zone and is a supporter of the NC State Wolfpack. So, rest assured that with Arrow Pest and Termite Control, you're getting the best from the best. Schedule a free pest inspection today. Call 888-GO-ARROW or visit arrowexterminators.com.
Hey, this is Matt Chazanow, voice of the Wolfpack. When it comes to banking, Dogwood State Bank stands out. Dogwood isn't your average bank. They're reshaping community banking. They prioritize your needs, whether you're a small business or a seasoned pro. At Dogwood, they understand the value of your business. Come experience the Dogwood difference for yourself. Dogwood State Bank, proudly serving Raleigh, Charlotte, Sanford, Wilmington, Greenville, Morehead City, and Fayetteville. Visit dogwoodstatebank.com to learn more. Member FDIC.
Tony Haynes here on the sidelines. Johnny and Chaz up in the booth. Getting you ready for NC State Wake Forest here in Winston-Salem. And we're about 10 minutes away from kickoff. Time for the Carolina Ford dealers' keys to the game. When you drive a smart and powerful Ford F-150, you're ready to tackle any job. Game on. For great offers or to learn more about F-150, go to buyfordnow.com or see your local Carolina Ford dealer, proud sponsor of NC State Athletics. For the defense tonight, Johnny, I think my big key is finish the job on third down. Last week, the Pack did a pretty good job defending Virginia on first and second down, but the Cavaliers continued to convert on third and long. But, of course, they also had a very accomplished throwing quarterback in Chandler Morris. Might be a little bit different here tonight with Robbie Ashford, who right now probably is a better runner than a thrower.
And definitely tackling is going to be critical defensively for the NC State Wolfpack. Tony, these runners, Claiborne, Ashford, Chris Barnes, after making short catches, these guys can hurt you badly with big plays. And so they're going to have to, you're not going to be able to outrun them. You're going to be able to circle them up, so to speak, circle the wagons and group tackle these really good runners.
You know, Wake Forest only allowed 19 points over the first couple of games. Now, granted, they didn't play Power 4 competition in those games, but, you know, the new staff known for their defensive expertise and have a good reputation in terms of kind of keeping the ball in front and not allowing big plays over the top. As much as NC State would like to make those explosive plays and they have the weapons to pull it off, sometimes you got to be a little patient, don't you?
You do, and I think this is the development of C.J. Bailey. He's gotten much more patient this season than we saw late last season, as you would expect, being a true freshman last year into his sophomore year. So patience is, I think, a virtue that so far C.J. Bailey has really exhibited. And trust your receivers to catch the ball at the 10-yard mark, the 12-yard mark, underneath the defense, and let those guys break a tackle and make the big plays. You don't always have to throw it over their head when they're talking about the defense.
Well, for the second straight week, NC State is facing an ACC team, but this one will actually count in the standings. So this is a big one, as it usually is here in Winston. NC State, Wake Forest. Straight ahead, Chaz has the call when we come back. You're listening to Wolfpack Football from Learfield.
The fans came out today, David.
That's right, Gabe. Big games mean bigger tailgates.
Check out that Ford F-150 truck, a championship caliber performance.
Oh, flawless execution, Gabe. Smart, powerful, and with available Pro Power on board, F-150 just took this tailgate over the top.
Game on, David. For the latest offers on Ford F-150, go to buyfordnow.com to see your Carolina Ford dealer today. See owner's manual for important operating instructions.
When your inner freak is ready to let loose, there's no better place to satisfy its hunger than Sheetz. Want a pile of fries loaded with cheese and peppers? No problem. Want to cram a whole chicken patty into a peanut butter milkshake for some reason? Sheetz has you covered. The options are limitless, and they'll never judge. No matter how you want to feed your freak, Sheetz has your back. so you never have to be afraid to give in to that craving and say, why the sheet's not.
Wolfpack fans, CPI Security is the official security and smart home company of NC State Athletics. Get the best defense with the Southeast leader in smart security. With CPI Security's professional installation and state-of-the-art 24/7 monitoring, you can rest assured knowing your home and business are protected. Plus, with our newest service, Night Guard, you can sleep soundly knowing CPI is on guard in the overnight hours. Contact us today to learn more at cpisecurity.com.
Whether you're cheering for the Wolfpack or caring for your land, we know you're all in all season long. And Case IH compact and utility tractors are all in too. Mowing, digging, hauling, our equipment designed to meet the needs of America's farm fields makes caring for your home field easier. Your Case IH dealer can show you how our equipment can make this season a winning one. Case IH, built by farmers.
Hey, this is Al Bird. You listen to Wolfpack Football.
To us, every moment matters. Moments of quiet perseverance and loud celebrations. Starting moments and the moments that make us feel unstoppable. We're here to help you be present for them all. UNC Health is dedicated to getting you back to what you love. Faster, stronger, and healthier. Official healthcare provider of NC State Athletics.
One of the best things about football is the food. You can get everything for your game day spread at Lowe's Foods. There are over 60 different flavors of sausages for your grill. They have some of the best fried chicken you will eat. They even sauce and toss your wings to order. And don't forget the beer den. Lowe's Foods was started in North Carolina, and it's still based here today. Lowe's Foods, proudly supporting the Wolfpack.
Blitz is on. He is shut down, dropped, and sacked. The Pack is ready. Handoff, smothers, dives, touchdown. Airs it out left side, leaping effort, intercepted. It's Pack football. Are you? He's flushed out of the pocket, under duress, and sacked. Trevally Price. It's time for Wolfpack football. Fires end zone touchdown, right down the seam. He throws it left, completely short, and NC State's going to send him off the field. That should do it. Now, to bring you all the action, let's go live to the Lenovo broadcast booth and join Tony Haynes, Johnny Evans, and the voice of the Wolfpack, Matt Chazanow. Here we go in Winston-Salem. It is the ACC opener in earnest. The Pack's off a win at home over Virginia as a non-conference matchup. And here league play begins on the road in Winston-Salem. The longest continuous running rivalry in the Atlantic Coast Conference. The second longest in all of Power 4 football. It's the 119th meeting between the Pack and the Demon Deacons. Each team is 2-0. And here we go in Winston-Salem. Injury Report is brought to you by UNC Health, the official healthcare provider of NC State Athletics. Tony and Johnny, how about the fact that we had our first ever actual injury designations, like NFL style, on Sundays? There were two of note for Wake Forest we need to talk about. The left guard, Clinton Richard, their starting left guard, is out. And they're thin there on that left side of the line. According to their two deep, it's Jamarian Kennedy, who's a Louisiana Tech transfer, who gets the start. We'll confirm it once we get to game time. But Johnny, as you're taking a look here from the bird's eye view, Tony, as you're down there on the sidelines, that left side of the line could be a pressure point there for Wake Forest on the offensive side.
Yeah, well, anytime this early in the season when you're starting to substitute for pulling a guy out, and you're going to the second team guy, more than likely there's going to be somewhat of a drop-off. So that you better believe that the coaching staff of NC State are going to find out real quickly whether they can poke that area and see if it isn't a weak point.
Tony, we actually had the injury designations to be able to confirm that left guard Clinton Richard is injured. That left side of the line's a little bit thin there for Wake Forest.
Yeah, and I studied that injury report to make sure my name wasn't on it.
No, all clear.
But, that jumped out at you when you looked at it. Wake Forest had a long list of injuries, and that's kind of tough this early in the season. I mean, over the course of a season, you expect that injury list to feature a few more names, but here they are. They're playing their third game, and they already have a pretty long list.
One of them who was questionable was strong safety Rashawn Tung, and he was not in pads in warm-ups. In all likelihood, the starting strong safety for Wake Forest is out. So that's the starting left guard and starting strong safety for Wake Forest, two of their number ones that are out for this ball game. The only NC State injury that we'll talk about right now of note, A.J. Richardson, a linebacker, was noted in that injury report. He had been really productive as a backup to Sean Brown, and he may not be and will not be available tonight for NC State. Our referee tonight is Tim Hedgepeth, and we'll go down to the interlocking W and F here at the 50-yard line for the coin toss between the captains, NC State, white tops, red hats, red pants, Wake Forest all black here tonight. Here is Tim Hedgepeth.
Here's the coin we will use for today's toss. This side is heads. This side is tails. NC State, what's the call? Tails. Tails is the call. Tails is the call. It is tails.
You want to defer and kick that way.
NC State has won the toss and has elected to defer their option to the second half. If you want the ball, which way you want to kick? This way? Yep. All right, Wake Forest will receive the opening kickoff. Gentlemen, shake it up.
All right, so NC State wins the toss and defers. And here on this beautiful evening, it will be Charlie Birtwhistle to boot it off. Weather Report is brought to you by Swift Brothers Plumbing, Heating, and Air, and Electrical. For swift same-day service you can trust, call Swift Brothers for all your plumbing, HVAC, and electrical needs. So tails is called, and Pack wins it and defers. Charlie Birtwhistle boot it. Here we go, Johnny. Start of ACC play.
And remember, last week, the critical
20. Pretty good fastball for Bailey right there. The snap was a little bit high, but as you said, he's so tall, he handled it easily.
So Rogers makes the grab, his fifth catch of the year. He had 4 for 57 yards and a touchdown prior to that catch. First and 10 State at the Wolfpack 43. Bailey in the gun. Gives the ball off to the middle of the formation here. Smothers being spun around, finally stacked up as he crosses the 45 to the 47-yard line. Still a gain of about 4, brought down by Aiden Hall and Langston Hardy. It'll be second down and 6, Wolfpack.
You going with Smothers or you going with Hollywood?
I would say about 80% Hollywood. Just sounds better, doesn't it?
Well, that's a lot to get out, too.
All right, Bailey's got 2 Pack receivers wide right, 1 to the left. Drops back, short throw over the middle. Pass is going to be caught into Wake territory. The ball advanced past the 50 to the 48-yard line. Can't quite pick up the number. The jersey's all bottled up. Might be Joe Lee, the tight end. Yeah, he's a target now. Senior from Brewster, New York. 6'3", senior. Gain of 5, third and short. Only a yard needed for State. Probably 4 down territory here. Scott is the tailback in the formation behind Bailey, who's under center. Motion to the left, give to the middle, and Wake is there to stack it up. Going to be close. Gained a little bit, I think, did Scott. The redshirt freshman from Stockbridge, Georgia, stood up by Lohavichin and Patterson. And they're going to mark State shy of the line to gain by about the length of the ball. State's 2 for 2 on 4th down this year. 7-0 Wake after the kickoff return for the touchdown to start the game. We've played 3 minutes. From the gun, Bailey on 4th and inches has the snap, run straight ahead to the right, going to get the first down as he gets to the 45. Change that. Will Wilson took the snap, not Bailey. Wilson, the freshman quarterback from Columbia, South Carolina. So he was in for that one play. He goes out. Now Bailey back in. Wilson's not thrown the ball He's run now 3 times on the year.
A little bit more tonnage in there.
First and 10 State at the Wake 45. 3-pack receivers wide right. Handoff goes left to Smothers back into the game. And Hollywood is spun down at the 42-yard line after a gain of about 3. Nick Anderson there from his safety spot to make the hit for the Digs.
Looks like they've got somebody down.
Official timeout for an injury.
Injured NC State player at the 44-yard line of the Digs. With 11:10 to play here in the first quarter, and Wake leading 7-0. And we're going to have immediate timeout. So we'll step aside, get a word from your local stations. Fireworks early with 11:10 to go here in the first quarter. The score from Winston. Wake 7, the Pack nothing.
Here for Roger Marion Automotive. Roger and his staff have been taking care of me and my family and our cars and trucks for years. From tune-ups to oil changes to a state inspection or that weird sound your engine's making that you can't quite figure out. Roger Marion Automotive can handle whatever issue your vehicle has and get you back on the road with confidence and at a very fair price. Roger Marion Automotive between I-40 and 421 across from West Forsyth High School. Roger Marion Automotive, the only choice for any fan of the Demon Deacons. Since 1909, Norman Stockton has been dressing Demon Deacon fans for every occasion. From custom-made suits and sport coats to dress shirts and golf shirts, Norman Stockton has you covered. Looking for new Wake Forest gear? You'll find a tremendous selection of Demon Deacon golf shirts, quarter zips, vests, jackets, belts, and more, all perfect for game day and every day. Conveniently located in Renolda Village, adjacent to campus, visit Norman Stockton today and trust the experts that have been serving the Triad's best-dressed men for over a century.
Back in Winston-Salem, Wake Forest and NC State, 119th meeting. Wake Forest has been playing NC State since 1895, and the Wolfpack hadn't played anybody else more than they've played the Deacs. And as we talked about, the second longest continuing rivalry in the country and number 1 in the ACC. And don't forget, nothing refreshes you better while you cheer for the Digs than a glass of the finest ice-cold Pepsi, whether you're at home, tailgating with friends, or rolling the quad after a big win. It's all better with Pepsi. Go Digs.
Well, did you notice that they rolled the quad this afternoon for the TV?
Did that for the TV cameras? I'm just amazed at, just out of nowhere, Chris Barnes, last week, explodes with 159 yards in pass reception. And, same game, Damon Claiborne rushed for just under 200 yards and scored 3 times. And so now the Deacs have these 2 weapons, Claiborne and Barnes. And you can't put all your eggs in the Claiborne basket because you got number 10 to deal with now.
And the thing that it does, it stretches the field so that they can't just take 6 or 7 guys and put them in the box to stop Claiborne, because they know that if you throw that little short screen out to Barnes on the edge, he's got a chance to turn it into 6 points.
The injury to State was to the left tackle, Jacarius Peak, redshirt junior. Valparaiso transfer. State to the line now, 2nd down and 7 at the Wake Forest 42-yard line. From the left hash mark. Bailey in the gun, has the snap, drops the throw, being pursued, running right out of the pocket, now throws downfield, nobody home. About 10 yards shy of the receiver in the area, and that really just dumping it away to live again on 3rd down. Rico Jackson, by the way, is in along that offensive front for State with Peak out. Jackson, a redshirt sophomore from Fort Lauderdale.
Peak was by himself when he twisted his knee in the open field. He wasn't hit at all.
So 3rd down and 7 State, again at the Wake 42. 10th play of this state drive after Wake took the opening kickoff, 98 yards for a touchdown. Screen pass set up left side, completed to Smothers. Here's Smothers being upended for a loss back at the 43-yard line or so. Terrific play by Dylan Hazen. And NC State now faced with 4th down and long.
Excellent read by the linebackers. There was pressure early as they set up the screen, but the linebackers dropped off and made a really nice play to stop it dead.
So NC State sends the punt team in. Here's Caden Noonkester, who averaged almost 50 yards against Virginia last week on 4 kicks. Hernandez for Wake will put his heels on the 8.
Now, you might wonder why it's not Barnes, but
he ran some in fall camp back there. Here's the punt, high spinner. Hernandez asks for the fair catch, lets it hit, and it bounces around about a yard behind him to the 7. And that's where the Wake Forest offense will take over, 1st and 10.
You're happier, though, aren't you?
Yeah. 38-yard punt and no return. So Wake and the offense will set up in the shadow of its own goalpost right there at Deacon Hill. 7-0 Wake.
I'll let number 1 go about 93.
Whew. I'd turn and give it to him right here just to see.
It's never a bad play.
Claiborne last week, 10 rushes, 193 yards, 3 touchdowns, ACC back of the week. And Wake is ready on the right hash mark. Ashford in the gun with Claiborne to his left. There's the snap and the give. Middle, dancing around Claiborne up to the 10-yard line. Gets a couple, maybe 3. Caden Ford makes the hit, grad student from Ponte Vedra. 2nd down and 7.
A good hole for him up front, though.
Clock at 9:50 and rolling here first quarter. Wake 7, State nothing. Both teams 2-0. Wake ready. Motion to the right. That's Falai. Snap. Fired over there on the right side, and nothing there for Wake. Maybe another yard or 2, and that is pretty much it. That ball goes to Barnes, who returned the kickoff for the score. Marshall makes the tackle over there on the edge. And now Wake with 3rd and 4 or 5. Right at 4 from the Demon Deacon 12. 25 on the play clock, so Wake plenty of time. 4 receivers set, 2 each way. Ball's at the right hash mark. Motion by Falai right to left. Snap to Ashford. Looks, waits, throws right side. Caught at the 22. That'll be a 1st down. Going down to get it's Burkhalter. Had a couple of catches last week. Gets 8 there. 1st down Wake.
And that was a bullet by Ashford.
Yeah, really did have some
well
zip
thrown
on that one, didn't he? Yeah. 1st and 10 Wake. Snap, play fake, dropping Ashford. Wants to go deep. Right side. Deep it goes. Barnes caught. 40, 30. Barnes to the 20, 10. Taken down from behind at the 6. Might be a horse collar tackle. Flags come flying. Barnes nearly busted it again. Barnhart makes the tackle and saved a touchdown.
And another really well-thrown ball by Ashford.
Horse collar tackle. Defense number 29. The penalty is enforced half the distance to the goal from the end of the play. Automatic 1st down.
71 yards. It's almost got 200 yards total offense here. Or total yards. Barnhart with the flag, so the line of scrimmage now the 4. And here is Wake Forest in the Stratford Road Exxon red zone on its first offensive possession from the 4. Right hash mark. 2 receivers wide to the left. There's the snap and a quarterback keeper. Flags fly. Play is stopped. Might be Wake in a false start. And the referee tonight is Tim Hedgepeth.
False start. Offense number 4. 5-yard penalty. It's still 1st down.
You'd never like to see that from one of your receivers.
Wide receivers outside, no.
Yeah.
They got nothing else to do except wait till the ball moves.
Ball's bounced back to the 9, 1st and goal. 8:38 to go first quarter. Wake threatening to go up by 2 touchdowns here in the first quarter. Game started with a 98-yard kickoff return for a touchdown by Chris Barnes. Wake is ready. 4-receiver package, right hash mark from the 9. Soft toss right side to Claiborne. He'll skip forward down to the 6. Knee might have touched at the 7. They will give him the 6-yard line. tripped up by Cian Sloan, the end. Make that Kean Sloan.
Makes you just a little bit nervous when he gets airborne, when he's trying to run and he goes airborne to try to get past somebody.
Sloan, a Utah State transfer. 2nd and goal to go Wake. Ball stays at the right hash. 3 Deacons wide right. That's the short side quarterback keeper. Here is Ashford bouncing out left. Lowers his head down to the 1. Pushing, shoving at the goal line. They're going to mark him down shy of the touchdown. That was real close.
I think he might have gotten his hat over, but not the ball. Nice job adjusting and to keep his legs driving and then adjusting to something that opened up a little bit outside. He bounced off the middle and found a crease.
That was a rock fight at the goal line.
Boy, that was really close to the ball going over.
The ruling on the field of the runner being short of the goal line is under further review.
Yeah, go and take another look at that one.
Wouldn't be stunned. We'll take a look at the replay, but his helmet and part of his shoulder pads look like they made it into the end zone.
Hey fans, the Deeks again in the Stratford Road Exxon Red Zone. Stratford Road Exxon, been family owned and operated since 1991. A reminder, you can bring your ticket from tonight's game to that location. That's 140 South Stratford Road for $10 off your next oil change. Go Deeks.
Now looking at the replay, Stan, I don't think the ball made it.
And by the way, this Close Shave Instant Replay brought to you by Barbasol Shaving Cream. Why pay more for gels when Barbasol delivers an instant thick lather for a close, comfortable shave? Choose Barbasol, a quality shave and trusted value. Taking a look at it down below.
We got transparency going on in the ACC offices.
After further review, the ruling on the field is upheld. It's 3rd down.
That's a good call. It's the right call. Not a good call, but it's the right call.
It's correct. Not the one Wake fans wanted. Yeah. All right, ball's about length of the ball away from the goal line. Going to be right in the middle of the field. Quickly downstairs, let's go to Dave.
Yes, Larry talked about what a great move Robbie made there. I'm standing with him coming right at me. You should have seen his face. Determination, all capital letters.
All right, Wake comes to the line in the I formation. The standing tail is Claiborne. Motion to the right. Claiborne gets it. Boom. Touchdown. That was emphatic. Big push on that offensive front. And the Deeks are up a couple of touchdowns here early.
Claiborne's first couple of steps are so quick, and he gets up to speed so quickly that he had a full head of steam going in, and the only thing that stopped him was the Wake Forest printed on the end zone.
Well, Lasardi was in there at fullback to help blow open the hole. Now Wake, with that odd alignment, will shift into the more normal extra point look. Second Riddle Tractor touchdown of the night. Here's Calvert trying to tack on the point after. Snap and spot are good. The kick on the way, also good. Quick timeout with a brand new score. We've got a lot of football left. Halfway through the first, the score. Wake Forest 14, State nothing.
One last exhale. Fitting, isn't it? The final shot at the Championship 4 comes down to a track that's been here from day one. Great. Martinsville. Close quarters, tight corners, and a fan experience that brings you so close to the action, all of the mayhem will be right at your fingertips. NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Martinsville Speedway, October 23rd through the 26th. Get your tickets now at martinsvillespeedway.com. Ticketmaster, the official ticketing partner of NASCAR.
The fans came out today, David. That's right, Gabe. Big games mean bigger tailgates. Check out that Ford F-150 truck, a championship caliber performance. Oh, flawless execution, Gabe. Smart, powerful, and with available Pro Power on board, F-150 just took this tailgate over the top. Game on, David. For the latest offers on Ford F-150, go to buyfordnow.com to see your Carolina Ford dealer today. See owner's manual for important operating instructions.
Wake Forest 14, NC State nothing. 7:19 to play in the first quarter. Truest scoring summary. 93 yards, 7 plays. The huge play, the 71-yard pass from Ashford to Barnes. Then a little beef inserted into the lineup. And an easy 1-yard skip into the north end zone from Claiborne. And it is 14-0. Truist, an official banking partner of Wake Forest Athletics. And don't forget those Riddle Tractor touchdowns. Riddle Tractor, equipping those who get the job done.
We drank a lot of coffee this morning, kicking this one around and trying to figure it out. And we talked about the possibility of a big play, defensively or special teams being a big factor. But Wake Forest has come out and exploded. And the explosives are so much fun to watch.
Well, the big factor is Chris Barnes, 171 total yards. And we're halfway through the first quarter.
Yeah.
And, when you have speed available like that, it's going down the field a little bit easier.
And when you have speed on the outside like that, but you also have speed inside with the running back that had the fastest recorded time on a play from line of scrimmage last year.
22-6.
Damon Claiborne against Miami.
Yeah, the big kick return for a touchdown. 100-yarder.
So now you got speed outside, speed inside. Burkhalter's catching everything over the middle. Got some weapons.
Caleb Carson will kick it off for Wake Forest. Luke Scott, the deep safety for the Wolfpack, just stunned here in Winston right now. 14-0 Wake. National TV and all of it. Wake Forest could not have asked for a better start. And the opposite for State in terms of, how badly could it get? How bad could it get?
Well,
or how bad could it go?
As you said a moment ago, a lot of football left to be played here.
So Carlson is ready. Down below from our right to left with Wake up 14-0 here in the first quarter over NC State. From just inside the left hash mark, here's the boot, high and fairly deep. A couple yards into the end zone for a touchback. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification as you listen to Wake football from Learfield. I got the whole gang here tonight, and Wake up 14-0 on State. And by the way, we understand television clocked Chris Barnes at 22.8 miles an hour, so he's faster than Claiborne.
Take that. Who did Claiborne tell you was faster?
All right, State ready. And it's 25. Handoff left side, Smothers to the edge, 30, 35, good back. Up to the 37, 38, still turning up to the 40-yard line. Finally brought down by Karan Prunty. Wake's corner on that side. Started his career at Kansas. Been at A&T as well. 14-yard pickup again to the 40-yard line.
Big hole on the outside, and then he gained 5 more by churning through it.
3 State receivers toward us wide right. That's the field. 1 to the boundary left. Wake rushing 4. Here's a fake right side give. Now keeping left side, the quarterback Bailey up over the 45 to the 50, slides down. Going to have another first down. Gain of 10, so a couple of chunk plays there for the State offense, trailing 14-0.
He slid at the last second, but he paid the price for it because he started his slide too late, so he took a good pop from Nick Anderson.
Bailey entered the game with 13 rushes for 65 yards and 3 touchdowns. First and 10 for State. Bailey wants to throw as he drops straight back, forced out right, now throws a left sideline, sliding grab made at about the 32-33-yard line. Gain of 18 yards. That's Keenan Jackson from Weddington High School down in Charlotte to make the catch.
Well, NC State had 7 receivers with over 3 receptions already this year, so they will spread it around to a lot of different people.
State's got real small numbers on its jersey.
On the field of a completed pass for a first down is under further review.
And the older I get, the smaller those numbers get. But they're much smaller than Wake Forest's numbers.
Much harder to read, no question.
Yeah. So another Barbasol close shave replay. Jackson had a couple of catches last week in the win over Virginia, 35-31. And State's been involved in a couple of close ones. Right now, trailing Wake on the road here 14-0 after the kickoff return for a touchdown and a 93-yard, 7-play drive. Another reminder that Legacy Federal Credit Union is a proud sponsor of Wake Forest Athletics. At a Legacy, we believe in turning potential into achievement on the field and in your financial life. Our commitment to Wake Forest mirrors our commitment to you, believing in greatness before others see it, supporting dreams when they're just beginning, and celebrating victories when they arrive. A Legacy, we believe. Visit legacy.org.
After further review, the ruling on the field is upheld. First down.
Can't argue with the call. Can argue with the feedback we just got, but can't argue with the call.
Well, NC State will have the ball 1st and 10 at the Wake Forest 32-yard line.
You look at the smoke, the way it's standing from the fireworks after the touchdown. Not much wind down on the field today.
Kind of lingering around the stadium. State ready. Opposite side of the field from us, left hash mark. Big tall C.J. Bailey at 6'6". Has the snap, gives to Smothers, bounces outside, turns the corner, 30, 20 down to the 15, and popped out of bounds by Anderson to safety. Nearly a score for Hollywood Smothers, the Oklahoma transfer. 18 yards, another NC State first down.
Yeah, we talk about the speed of Claiborne to get outside around the edge. Smothers has the same thing.
Smothers averages almost 6 yards a carry, or did coming into the game. 1st and 10 pack. They'll stay over there on the left hash mark. 3 receivers wide right. Motion to the left by Grimes, the former Deacon wide receiver. Bailey has the snap, fakes the handoff, sidesteps to the left, runs it, tries to get to the edge, and he's not going to get there. All kinds of black shirts waiting on him to slam the door. First one there, Nick Anderson, again for Wake, out of that secondary spot. And I think there might be a marker down.
Holding. Offense number 75. 10-yard penalty. Repeat first down.
It's on the left guard, Anthony Carter from Statesville High School, about 40 minutes down the road to the west. That'll bounce the pack out of the red zone back to the 24-yard line.
Good pressure. They wanted to go to Grimes. He was on a slant on the post across the middle and was well covered, so there was nothing for Bailey to do but tuck it down and try to go.
Well, 1st and 20 now for the pack at the Deacon 24. Motion to the right, snap to Bailey. Wants to throw. Being pressured, throw short over the middle. Caught on the run at the 20. Now bending back to the left. The Smothers out of the backfield. Takes it to the 15-yard line. Brought down by Aiden Hall. Gain of 9 there. And Smothers, well, he's going to go out. And he stays in. He was looking to the sideline and jogging off, and remains, though, in the State lineup. To the right of the quarterback, Bailey.
Sorry, Kuth just about got him.
3-pack receivers right, play action. Bailey dropping, nothing middle, drifts to the right, nothing there, comes to the left, still looking downfield. Now he's going to run it, turns to the 15, gets a block on the edge to the 5, and dances out of bounds. Pretty good ad-libbing there for C.J. Bailey. I mean, he ran about 65 yards to gain 10, and State will take it.
Yeah, really made a lot out of nothing, because there were several different guys that were trying to corral him and keep him in one spot to get help, and just couldn't quite catch up to him.
He does not get the first down. It's going to be 3rd and inches at the Wake 5. 14-0 Deacs. Clock runs. 3.5 minutes left here in the first quarter. Wake with a kickoff return for a touchdown to start the game and a 93-yard scoring drive. But State knocking on the door. Play clock down to 2, down to 1. State's going to have to burn a timeout.
Charge timeout.
And you burn it for sure right there.
First of the half.
Never a bad thing to make the opposing team take a timeout in the first quarter.
Timeout on the field.
So we'll step aside as well. And we'll do that by giving you the score here in Winston-Salem with 3:22 left to play in the first quarter. Wake Forest 14, North Carolina State nothing.
Hey everyone, this is Tate Carney, running back with the Wake Forest football team. In a football game, you have to assess the situation, call the right play, and then execute. That same strategy applies to your home's heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical systems. Just like in a game, the Sutton Brothers expert technicians will assess your situation, determine the correct game plan, and then fix the problem. So remember that when you need help, Sutton Brothers is there to diagnose, game plan, and fix your issues for the win.
What? New scratch-offs are out? That means new chances to become a North Carolina Education Lottery Winners Club member.
Yeah, in the Winners Club, I'll reinvent myself. I won't go by just plain Todd. I'll go by Toddrick. I'll get a gold jacket, play my saxophone again. I'll stop and smell the flowers, call my mom more.
Ugh, wrap it up, Todd.
It's Toddrick.
This month's scratch-offs pack over $78 million in total prizes. The Winners Club awaits. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning range from 1 in 3.76 to 4.98. Problem Academy helpline 877-718-5543.
.322 left to play first quarter. Wake on top of State 14-0 here in this Big Four matchup, ACC opener. State will have it 3rd and inches at the Wake 5 when play is resumed. Every sack is a sack to give back. Food Line Feeds has donated over $3.8 million, or rather million meals, to local food banks and college pantries through the Food Line Feeds Sack to Give Back program. For every sack the Deacons make this season, Food Line Feeds will donate 1,000 meals to feed our neighbors in need right here in Winston-Salem.
Didn't take Jake Dicker long to get Big Four fever, did it? He started talking about that in a hurry.
I bet you he's glad that the Deeks lost the toss tonight. You know,
that sounded weird to say, but very true.
As quickly as you can get it into the hands of number 1 and number 10,
take your chances.
I mean, those two young men have proven that they can handle it.
Yeah, you mentioned the 22.8 miles per hour speed that just nipped DeMond Claiborne's 22.6 last year. Didn't Claiborne tell you that there was somebody else faster than him on the team?
He mentioned that a few weeks back.
Did he name a player?
It wasn't Barnes. Yeah,
no, it wasn't Barnes. I think it was a defensive back.
I'll have to ask him again.
I think it was a defensive back.
Both pretty quick.
Go to the tape.
Yeah. NC State with 115 yards of offense here in the first quarter. Still no points. Wake Forest officially with 94 yards of offense. Of course, you had the 98-yard kickoff return. It started this game. So now State's ready. Huddling up at about the 10. Ball's at the Wake 5. 3rd down and inches in the haze of the smoke down to our right. Wolfpack's got Wilson in the shotgun set at quarterback. Takes the snap. I don't know if he got to the 5 or not. This is going to be real close whether he got the first down or not. Brought down by Hardy. I don't think he made it. He only needed, like a couple of inches. They didn't give him anything. Wow. It's going to be 4th down for State. When you talk about needing a conversion, we're down 14-0 here. And you've got it just inside the Wake 5. Wilson remains at quarterback in the gun.
Sorry, timeout. NC State, their second of the half. It will be 30 seconds.
Not sure what prompted that. Just maybe, hey, let's make sure that we've got the play we want, we've got the personnel we want. But State trailing 14-0. You feel like, they just got to have it.
Yeah, you can't not get points in this opportunity when you're down at the 4-yard line, 5-yard line. Will they rethink their philosophy and go for 3? Kicker was warming up, but they've got to go for it.
Kickers always warm up. You just never know when you're going to get called on. All right, now C.J. Bailey is back in the state huddle at quarterback. Will Wilson is out. They like to run him. Bailey's going to go up under center. Hollywood Smothers is the back. And now maybe Wake calls timeout? Yeah.
Timeout. Wake Forest, their first of the half.
I'll see you and raise you. So State's called a couple of timeouts. Wake just burns one.
To make sure that they're lined up the right way.
Let's go downstairs and see if Dave's got any info for us, Dave.
Yeah, Jake Dicker just he ran all the way down through the end zone to call timeout with the head linesman, Troy Gray. I don't know if I've ever seen a head coach run that far down the field to call a timeout. I've seen a little bit of everything tonight.
Well, he's the youngest coach in the ACC.
That's a fact.
So he's not going to pull anything. He's in good shape. He's all right. He can handle it. He rode into the coaches show the other night on campus on a scooter.
Great time for a false start.
Bryant in for Wake. West out defensively. Wake's ready. So State. Here's Bailey under center. Takes the snap. Rolls right. Wants to throw. Short one in the end zone. Touchdown. Touchdown to Joe Lee, the tight end. And NC State might have fooled Wake on that one, and Joe Lee got out there in space wide open for the touchdown.
Devon Patterson slipped as he was trying to make his cut to go backwards, and when he went down, left the receiver wide open.
So Joe Lee makes the touchdown catch, and State's on the board at 2:35 to go in the first quarter. 14-6 with a PAT coming. Vincent, the grad student, will be the kicker here. Snap and spot good. Kick on the way, and it is good. So NC State with a much-needed touchdown here, cutting the deficit in half. Wake's lead at 14-7.
A solid drive, and Bailey looked very sharp in particular, both running and throwing the ball, but his throwing was right on target with some steam on it as well.
Downstairs, let's go to Dave.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that play call by NC State's offense. It harkens back for me to when the New England Patriots, who had never beaten the Miami Dolphins, well, it had been a long, long time, and they got into the 1985 playoffs as a wild card team. Similar situation. They had a 4th and goal, about the same yardage, and they ran a play-action pass to Robert Weathers, I believe it was. And because everybody on defense is expecting that quarterback sneak or your fullback or your big back go in, he was wide open. It was the same play. I call that every time from the sideline.
Truest drive summary. State goes 75 yards in 8 plays. Jolie with a touchdown catch from Bailey, and it's 14-7. Wake on top. Bird whistle down below will kick it off. And Barnes is back there. He opened the game taking it back 98 yards. Won't take this one back 98 yards. It goes to the end zone all the way up to Deacon Hill. So State knows what it has to do kicking off. Wolfpack defense goes out there. Wake Forest offense comes out with a 14-7 lead here in the first quarter.
Smoke's got a little hamburger smell to it, doesn't it?
No.
I'm just hungry.
I'm not smelling hamburgers. I'm smelling fireworks. I think your sniffer's messed up.
I'm just hungry. Halftime's coming.
You skipped dinner. Yeah. All right. Wake will start at its 25-yard line. Ball on the left hash mark. In the gun, here's Ashford. Turns and gives to Claiborne. Claiborne spins out over the 25 to the 28. We understand now that a food truck, there's actually a fire of some kind in and around the truck.
You mocked.
I still don't smell any cheeseburgers. Shirley and Fordham are there to make the tackle for State. Gain of 3, second down 7. Wake will shift from right to left. And now motion to the right. Here's on-play action. Keeping the ball, Ashford, 30, 35, 40, at about the 41-yard line. Nice job by Ashford disguising that play. Brought down by the corner. Johnson, gain of 13.
And good job up front, holding the blocks.
Ball pushed out to the Wake Forest 40-yard line. Stays on the left hash. Twin set to the right. State rushing 4. Wake will again shift some players to the right. Handoff, no, it's a fake. Rolling right, Ashford zips one to the sideline over there. Caught by Burkhalter. Was he inbounds? I think he is not.
The ruling on the field is an incomplete pass. It's second down.
I think he caught the ball, but he was sliding out of bounds, and one of his feet maybe out of bounds before he reeled it in. That'll bring on second down and 10.
Good call. They did have somebody open on the other opposing hash mark, though, so remember that part.
4-receiver package for Ashford and the Deeks at the Wake Forest 41. Second down and 10. Wake up 14-7 here first quarter. Snap to Ashford, being pressured, throws it over the middle, intercepted by NC State, taken by Shirley. Here's Shirley past the 25 to the 20, on his way to the end zone, pick 6. Touchdown for the tackle, Isaiah Shirley. From Watauga High School up the road in Boone, and just like that, State's a PAT from tying the game at 14.
Well, they blitzed the linebacker. He was trying to set up the middle screen to Barnes, and Shirley was just standing in the middle of the play, and the ball, he defended himself by catching it.
41-yard pick 6 return for Shirley, State's second interception of the season. This one goes for 6. And Vineset out to try to tie the game at 14. So my, how things have changed here in Winston-Salem.
Hasn't this been exciting?
Snap and spot, kick by Vineset is up, and it's good, and we are tied now at 14.
Well, the one thing you can look at all the film, you can look at all the games, and you can study everything you want, but those unexpected plays like a 98-yard kickoff return and a defensive lineman with a pick 6 for a touchdown are just things you can't anticipate and build into the game plan. What you have to do is refocus, reshape yourself, don't panic, and just continue with your game plan and execute the way you had planned on doing it all week long. He was rumbling and stumbling, wasn't he?
Yeah, 6'3", 280.
Spelt 280.
Yeah. And it is 14-14. All right, Burt Whistle out to, well, change that. And it's not going to be, it's going to be Vineset this time to kick it off. Well, NC State, really, it's kind of been a revolving door with who's going to kick what the first 2 or 3 games. Deep kick. That's why he's kicking this one through the end zone.
Another chance.
Yeah. I mean, State has used Bird Whistle, Vineset, Konachinski, all 3 of them. And they might just handed everything to Vineset tonight. And now, brand new football game. All that for nothing. It's 14-14. Oh. Hey, it's Wake and State.
Yeah, throw the book out, right?
Absolutely.
Kind of interesting watching Deshaun Purdy on the sideline pumping up Ashford as he went back out onto the field.
All right, Wake will send Barnes in motion to the right. Play action. No, it's a give to the middle of the line. And here is Claiborne out over the 30 to the 33. Good fake there by the quarterback, Ashford. Tackle applied by Javon Bailey out of Norcross, Georgia. Redshirt freshman making his first tackle for NC State. Gain of 8 there. Ty Clark races out onto the field for Wake in the backfield. So Claiborne is out for a time. Second down and a couple. Big opportunity here for Wake. Looking right and long down the right boundary, incomplete. They were just mano-a-mano out there on the edge. Carlos Hernandez, the intended target. Marshall, the corner, Villanova transfer, had pretty good coverage, but there's a marker down.
And Wake's moving backwards.
Yeah, probably a hold.
There are multiple fouls by the offense. An eligible player downfield, number 79. That penalty is declined. Holding, number 70. 10-yard penalty. Repeat second down.
Now the hold is on the center, Devin Kalani.
Take your pick of penalties.
Claiborne back in for Wake, and Clark is out. And now it becomes second and long. About a dozen. 14-14 game, 43 ticks left first quarter. Ashford from the gun. Takes the snap, little short over the middle, caught by Claiborne, 25 to the 30, out over the 31, where he is taken down to the artificial surface here at a Legacy Stadium. Chaz Wallace, Colorado transfer, makes the tackle. His first as a Wolfpack player, but again is 7 for Wake. Makes third down more manageable at 5 to go. Wake won't have to snap it if it doesn't want. Could let the play clock go down. We'd go to the second quarter. We'll see. Third and 5. Wake snaps it. Throw to the sideline. Hernandez reels it in at the 37. That'll be a first down, and the clock will run, and that will be the end of the first quarter.
Good job by Hernandez.
That is the end of the first quarter.
Well, 28 points. 14 for Wake, 14 for State. On to the second quarter we go as you listen to Wake Forest football from Learfield. Looks right, pulls the trigger toward the end zone, going up to grab it. Did he get there? He did! Touchdown, Wake Forest!
Hey, Deke fans, Coach Jake Dickert here. As you prepare for your tailgate this season, remember to bring along some Pepsi. There is something special about tailgating in D-Town with your friends, eating some great food and drinking some ice-cold Pepsi. It's the perfect way to get ready to cheer on the team to victory. Go Deeks!
Wake Forest tailgating is always better with Pepsi.
A golf instructor who knows technique can improve an aspiring pro's swing. But one who really cares can help transform a career.
There he is, your new champion.
When you team up with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
On to the second quarter we go in Winston-Salem. Don't forget the Jake Dickert Show has a brand new home. And we're back there on Thursday, 7 to 8. Miller's on Robin Hood for great food, cold beer. And State comes right back with a really good 75-yard drive, and then the pick six by Shirley, the defensive lineman, to tie the game at 14. So, you know, right out of the chute, it looks like Wake might run away from State. But that's not what this rivalry is all about, right? Nope. 119th meeting. Played every single year since 1910. Minnesota and Wisconsin have been playing every year since 1907. That's the longest continuous rivalry in the country.
Fans, please join us in welcoming.
State's had its issues here in Winston over the last 12 meetings. Wake has won 9 here. Last 13 games in Raleigh. State's won 10. Wake's had trouble there.
Home field advantage really means something in big rivalries. And we keep talking about rivalries, and I love that because to me that's what college football is all about, is having those classics that people look forward to every single year. But the scheduling gets so difficult now, it's hard.
Really good game last season in Raleigh. Wake won on the road 34-30. Two teams have exchanged ends of the field. Wake now down to our left, heading left to right. Be first and 10 for the Deacons at their 37-yard line. 15 minutes left in the first half with Wake and State tied at 14. Wake setting a pistol right now. Looks like Claiborne the tail. Motion to the left by Lodge, the tight end. He stops and sets up shop there. Play fake left. Dropping is Ashford. Looks deep and left. Pass caught by Falai at the 35-30 and down to about the 20 of State. Any Falai, the tight end from Boston, the Utah Tech transfer, has Wake in business after a gain of 42 yards to the State 20-yard line.
Looked more like a wide receiver sneaking out across the middle and then a little cut-up field to the 50-yard line and wide open. He was 7 yards open.
Falai, 6'4", 240. That is his 5th catch of the year. Wake knocking on the door of the red zone. Here's the snap and give to the near side. Claiborne bounced out all the way to the boundary and chased out of bounds. He has run into the sideline over here. And several people scamper to help him up over there. Barnhart, one of the safeties there to make the hit.
What position do you play? Help Demond up?
Yeah. Go get him. Go get him. Gain of a couple there. Clements in the game now for Wake at running back. So 3rd running back of the night we've seen for the Demon Deacons. 3 receivers for Wake, wide left, 1 to the right. Motion to the left. Fake swing pass left. Now a throw on the edge over on that side. Goes to Clements. Clements on the sideline, knocked out of bounds over there around the original line of scrimmage by Kean Sloan. Pretty much no gain there. 3rd down coming up, about 8.
Yeah, Hernandez just couldn't quite get the block out on the wide side.
And I don't know if Ashford wanted to throw it initially.
He wanted to go towards the end zone.
Kind of had a hitch. Claiborne back in on 3rd down and 9. Ball is in the red zone by a yard. A low snap to Ashford. Flags fly everywhere. See what this is all about.
Offside with contact. Defense number 54. 5-yard penalty. It's still 3rd down.
That's Sebastian Harsh, the end and transfer from Wyoming. Wake Forest again inside the Stratford Road Exxon red zone here. 14-14 game, 13-10 to play in the first half.
Kalaney, the center in the middle, was pointing to that immediately.
That would be the official's whistle. Wow. They turned that mic off. 3rd down, a long 3, left hash mark. Snap to Ashford. Runs right, throws on the run. Pass caught at the 10. Pretty good move. Hernandez spun down at the 8. See if they mark him out of bounds at that point or the 9. No, they're going to give him the 8. Barnhart again on the boundary to make the play. Gain of 6. And now the Deacons in business. 1st and goal to go.
Nice spin move to stay inside.
Right hash mark. Ashford in the gun. 3 Deacons jammed to the boundary right. Claiborne is the back. Snap and give. Left side, Claiborne cuts it back to the right and will dive down to the 1-yard line. Almost got in. Just shy of the goal line. Brought down by A.J. Richardson in the middle. And it's going to be 2nd and goal to go after a rush of 7.
That little cut back right is an NFL move, Stan. He was going left and all of a sudden felt the pressure went right.
Wake in a hurry. Fake handoff right and scampering left by himself, untouched into the end zone. The quarterback, Ashford, State, bit on the fake. Everybody goes to number 1, and it was number 2 who had the ball by himself on the left flank. And Wake Forest, after giving up back-to-back touchdowns, is now back on top, 20-14.
Yeah, pretty natural assumption to follow it into the middle, and there was nobody within 10 yards of him as he cut in between the hash marks to make it.
And now for Wake, out to boot the extra point is Calvert. As the Deacons go 75 yards for another touchdown. Cobb will snap it. Racanelli will hold for a 7-point lead. The boot on the way, and it is good. Timeout down below, and another word from your local stations with the score now in Winston. Wake Forest 21, State 14.
Surprise! Your expenses this month were way higher than you expected! Also, you forgot to renew your website domain and now you're in a bidding war!
You should see the look on your face!
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Plus, the fridge died in the break room and now everything smells weird!
Alright! Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
At Greenway Village Dental, we treat every patient like family. We're not just interested in your teeth and gums. We are genuinely interested in your overall health and happiness. And we work hard to provide a wow experience at every visit. Proud partners of your Demon Deacons and conveniently located in Clemens, visit Dr. Holland at Greenway Village Dental today. Whatever your smile needs, we are sure to have a quality solution. We can't wait to get to know you and see you smile.
Robbie Ashford with the 1-yard Riddle Tractor touchdown. Riddle Tractor equipping those who get the job done. That puts the Truist drive summary at 75 yards, 9 plays, 4 minutes and 7 seconds. Truist, an official banking partner of Wake Forest Athletics, as the Deacs go back on top, 21-14. And Damon Claiborne has now passed Larry Russell and is 14th all-time rushing the football for the Deacons.
It's in some really good company, and there isn't any.
No mercy.
By the way, engineer extraordinaire Tim Sparks did a little research for us during that series and found out that it was Rashawn Tung is who DeMont Claiborne said was quicker than him.
And Rashawn out tonight. It was a late scratch for this game.
But you know those sprinters' muscles.
What's that?
Sprinters' muscles. Yeah. Hamstrings and all that. They got some guys that can go, though, and the one thing the Wake has established is they like to get the ball to those speedsters in space. And you got to pay attention because they can break something large at any point in time.
Well, a tip of the cap to offensive coordinator Robbie Zell and the Wake Forest offense after momentum, huge shift over to State to tie the game at 14-14, and the Wake offense marches downfield in 9 plays to put it into the end zone and seize momentum again and go up 21-14.
Make some noise for the Wake Forest women's soccer team.
Caleb Carlson out to kick off for Wake. Scott and Fields are deep. Scott is the deepest safety, standing at the goal line, right in front of Deacon Hillwood. Is pretty packed. It looks like Waikiki Beach down there. All kinds of stuff. All kinds of folks on Deacon Hill tonight. What a great night this is.
Oh, my. Smoke and all.
Most of that's gone. Hopefully the food truck folks are okay. Their night started as badly as State's.
It did worse.
Down below, Carlson ready to kick left to right. And that's why he's out there. High and 8 yards deep into the end zone. And NC State will take over at its 25-yard line. Wolfpack with 120 yards of offense. Bailey 6 of 8 throwing for 55 yards and the touchdown to the tight end. Leading rusher for the Wolfpack, Smothers with 42 yards. Leading rusher for Wake, Claiborne with 27, Ashford 19. So State ready at its 25-yard line. Short side of the field is left. State will put 3 receivers there, 1 out wide right. And big, tall, 6'6" Bailey in the guns. Got Smothers to his left. Hands to him there. He goes right and is smothered. I mean, and I don't mean that as a pun. Hardy all over him.
He just blew by the tackle that was trying to stop him and had a full head of steam coming up from behind. Smothers never had a chance.
Langston Hardy, some kind of talent. 2nd down and 13. He took Hollywood Smothers to the ground. Here's the snap. Handoff right side against Smothers. Hollywood to the outside, up to about the 30 and knocked out of bounds. Taken out over there across the way by Braylon Johnson. The one-time for Virginia Tech Hokie. 8 and 9 there, but it's going to bring up 3rd and close to 4. 21-14 Wake. 11:25 to go in the second quarter here in Winston-Salem. Perfect night for anything. Here's Balin. Empties his backfield. Now back in the backfield is Smothers. Snap to Bailey, drops to throw. Looks left, backs up, throws over the middle, wide open receiver. I think that's Jackson, 45 to the 50. Cuts upfield past the 45 down to the Wake 40 and taken out across the way out of bounds by Johnson. Big play, NC State.
They hit him on the run. I mean, led him perfectly so that he was able to gather it in stride and keep going, outrun the Wake defenders to the out-of-bounds line.
It was either Jackson or Anderson, 8 or 9. Again, the jersey numbers are very difficult to pick up for NC State. I think it was Jackson. Gain of 30, 1st and 10 State at the Wake 39. Snap to Bailey, handoff right to left. Now a flip back to Bailey, going to throw it back to the left, and Wake not fooled at all. Tackle behind the line of scrimmage finally was Smothers with the ball, taken down by Lardarius Webb. Loss of 4. I mean, that went right, left, back to Bailey, throw back to the left, nothing.
A lot of effort at deception, and it didn't fool him one darn bit.
Yeah, the Deacons just stayed at home. Just waiting.
That's good film study.
Just waiting for the ball to get there. 2nd down 14 now for State. Got a little cute right there and paid for it. 4 receivers in the package for the Wolfpack. Bailey drops to throw, zips one over the middle, tip, incomplete. Almost intercepted off the deflection by Johnson. Not quite. Couldn't quite get there. Ball was overthrown. And it's 3rd and 14 for the Pack.
One other thing about that deception play, that's textbook tackling by Webb. I mean, he met him head on, wrapped him up, pushed him back a couple of yards. Perfect open field tackle.
3rd down 14 for State at the Wake Forest 43. Deacons up a touchdown here in the 2nd quarter. Snap to Bailey, going to throw to the left side. Pass caught over here, and Wake just all over that one again. Boom! Hit made right at the line of scrimmage. Grimes got it and paid for the catch. Abirgaba and Anderson are there. Welcome back to Winston, Wesley Grimes.
Yeah, it was a pretty good sandwich they made out of Grimes right there. Got him stood up a little bit, and 2 guys hit him from different sides.
Got a yard and was hit hard. Noonkester will punt it, trying to pin Wake back deep. Hernandez just inside the Deacon 10-yard line. Here's the snap. Noonkester, high end over end. Hernandez will let it hit, bounds into the end zone for the touchback. Net 22 on that punt. And a timeout down below. We step aside with the score here with 8:57 left in the first half. Wake Forest 21, NC State 14.
A life in motion is a life well lived. At Atrium Health Wake Forest Baptist, we keep you moving, achieving, striving, with care that's easier and more accessible, so you can live fully. Atrium Health Wake Forest Baptist, the official healthcare partner of the Demon Deacons.
No big deal, but you've been earning Kohl's Cash for 20 years. That's 2 decades of checkout wins. To celebrate, enter our month-long sweepstakes for a chance to win $200 in Kohl's Cash. Plus, save on fall faves during the Customer Appreciation event now. Yup, 2 decades of Kohl's Cash is a big deal. Shop Kohl's and brag accordingly. Coupon ends September 21st. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Sweepstakes ends September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit 1 prize per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohls.com for official rules and details.
Chris Hook's inside the Learfield Network studios. Let's take a look at the NFL as the Commanders on the road at Lambeau Field taking on the Packers. Well, Romeo Doubs just got a touchdown from Jordan Love as the Packers lead it with 4:33 to go in the first quarter. 7-0 the tally there. Let's send it back to Stan, Larry, and Dave at a Legacy Stadium.
All right, Chris, thanks. Nothing going on tonight on the gridiron, but one in the NFL and our game here tonight with Wake Forest leading 21-14. Again, just under 9 minutes to go before halftime.
This one feels more exciting than that one.
Yeah, a little bit. This one's got some stuff going on. Long, long way to go. Wake's outgained the Wolfpack 190-153. And still 8:57 left in the second quarter. When you drive a smart and powerful Ford F-150, you're ready to tackle any job. Game on. For great offers or to learn more about Ford F-150, go to buyfordnow.com or see your Carolina Ford dealer, proud sponsor of Wake Forest Athletics.
Good news for Wake, busting out that 0 in the second quarter, getting a touchdown.
Line of scrimmage for Wake will be the 20. State wanted it to be about the 2. The Wolfpack punt coverage team had a couple of players back there, but Hernandez let it hit, and it took a nasty squib off the carpet into the end zone, and now Wake's got some breathing room at the 20-yard line.
Sometimes it seems like that ball picks up speed when it hits the turf, going end over end.
Ball's placed at the right hash mark.
Merrick Houston couldn't have picked that one.
Looking into the backfield, and that is Chris Barnes in the area. Now he's going to move to the left. So 5 receivers set, 3 wide left, 2 wide right. Claiborne's over here on the right side. Now he goes in motion into the backfield. That's an Ezel special, and he gets the handoff in the middle, dancing around, trying to find some daylight. Doesn't find a whole lot, 2 to 3 yards to bring on 2nd and 7, brought down by Cleveland. One of the tackles in there, senior from Tampa, down Sorensen way.
But Claiborne really does a nice job putting his hand on his offensive linemen's backs and trying to direct a hole somewhere.
Kalani at center will snap it back to Ashford. There's the snap. Play action. Ashford dumps it short to Claiborne. 25, breaks a tackle and is snuffed out at a 28-29. They're going to give him the 28, I think.
Love that look, though. Get him the ball all by himself out there, and one arm tackle away from about 35 or 40.
Isaiah Shirley, the defensive lineman who had a pick 6 earlier in the game, was there to make the tackle.
Caught him from the backside.
Big play for the Wake offense here. 3rd down, a long yard at the Deacon 28. State rushing 4, shifting to its right. Handoff middle, Claiborne. 1st down, spins forward to the 34. Good shove along that offensive front on the right side, and a new set of downs for Wake Forest as the clock hits 7:40 to go second quarter. Wake 21, NC State 14. Sloan makes the tackle. And now Wake to the line of scrimmage with 2 Deacons right, 1 to the left. Tight end to the right. Play fake in the middle. Rolling left and running with the ball. Ashford now sliding down for a gain of 1 at the 34. 2nd and 9 upcoming.
Looked like there might have been some more room over on the right side, but he was in the process of going down.
Almost looked like a busted play. I don't know.
Almost looked like offsides on North Carolina State, too.
Clock gets 7 minutes to go before the half. Wake up a touchdown, 2nd down and 9. Ashford will send Claiborne in motion to the left. Direct snap back to Ashford in the gun. Throw to Claiborne on the left flank. Blockers in front out over the 35, close to the 40. They'll spot him down at the 39. Shirley makes another tackle for NC State. Gain of 5, 3rd and 4 Wake Forest at its own 39-yard line, leading 21-14.
Burkholder, the designated Claiborne picker-upper on that play, grabbed him by the pads.
Possession down in all likelihood for Wake on 3rd and 4. Snap to Ashford, looks right and long down the sideline. It's going to be caught on the run by Micah May. Steps out of bounds at the 35. I thought he was interfered with. No flag. Marshall there to push him out. Great play, Micah Mays, and a gain of 26.
Boy, a great ball thrown, too. He was not in bounds by very much. About a foot and a half when his feet came down in bounds.
Wake already to the line. There's the quick snap off play action. Ashford wants to throw again, throws it over the middle. Pass caught. Broken tackle at the 20. Burkholder down to the 10. Steps inside the 10 to the 9-yard line. Brought down by Barnhart. Wake again in the Stratford Road Exxon red zone after a gain of 25 yards.
Nice job by Carlos Hernandez to throw a block downfield after the catch. He really stayed with it, looked for somebody to hit, and that got him about 10 extra yards.
Wake up a touchdown, trying to make it a 2-touchdown lead. Wake led early 14-0, got tied at 14-14, now 21-14 Wake. Deacons first and goal at the 9 from the right hash mark. Ashford has the snap, throws out on the left flank, incomplete. Overshoots Barnes after play action, incomplete, second and goal to go.
Had people coming out to set up a little screen and a wall for him on the left side, but threw it a little too far in front of Barnes, who didn't quite get through his turn in time to get to the ball.
Ashford tonight, 12 out of 15, 207 yards.
He's looked a lot more confident tonight throwing.
Second and goal to go. In the gun with Claiborne in his hip pocket to the left side. Deacons with twins right, single receiver wide left. That's Mays. Snap to Ashford. Looks left. Now middle. Back to the left. Throws it to Claiborne. Slips and falls at the 9-yard line. They'll mark him back to the 10. Going to be third and goal to go.
Slipped twice. Slipped once. Got back to his feet, and then his feet went out from him again. I guess when you're that fast, man, everything goes in different ways.
So third and goal from the 10. Ball moved from the right hash to the left. 3 Deacons wide right. 1 left. 10th play of the drive. Shotgun whistles now by the officials down below. Don't see a flag.
The previous play is under further review to determine if the receiver's knee was down.
Okay, get
down the first time before he got up and started scrambling again.
Third time we've had to get out the Barbasol.
Send some down to Gorham, would you?
Yeah, Dave's got a little late summer beer going on down there, getting ready for the fall and winter. Don't forget the Stratford Road Exxon Red Zone in play right now. Been owned and operated by the same family since the early 90s. You can bring your ticket for tonight's game to 140 South Stratford Road. $10 off your next oil change. Stratford Road Exxon. Take advantage of that.
Don't have a ticket. What do we do now? Take my press pass?
You just tell them who you are.
I tell them I know Stan Cotton.
That'll get the door shut in your face, in all likelihood.
After further review, the receiver's knee was down. The ball will be placed at the 12-yard line. It's third down.
Okay, so that costs Wake a couple yards.
It's a fair
3
call.
At the most.
It's a fair call.
Third and goal to go from the 13. That just gives you a little more room to throw. The way I look at it.
There you go. Spread the field a little bit.
Yeah.
Students are going nuts here on this journey, son.
21-14, Wake Forest leads over NC State. 5:04 to go, second quarter. Ball stays over there at the left hash mark, way down to our right. Heading toward Deacon Hill, Wake in business, but it's third and goal to go. 3 Deacons wide right, 1 to the left. Ashford shotgun, has the ball. Going to be a quarterback run up the left hash, dives toward the 10, that's it. And you would think we'd see Connor Calvert here. Sean Brown, the middle linebacker, makes the hit. And out comes Calvert to try and tack on 3 points.
That looked a little bit busted up, too, and North Carolina State added to the confusion, but something was amiss.
Going to be about 29 yards for Calvert, who's 1 for 3 on the year. His make was from 22 yards. Cobb will snap. Racanelli will hold. Snap and spot good. The boot on the way is good. Little delayed response by the officials under the goalpost, but good it is. Timeout down below with a brand new score with 4:07 to go before halftime. Wake Forest 24, NC State 14.
A Legacy Federal Credit Union is proud to sponsor Wake Forest Athletics. Together, we share one powerful truth. Investing in people always yields the highest results. From first downs to first homes, belief is the spark that turns goals into victories. For more than 50 years, a legacy has backed Winston-Salem's dreams, proving that when you put people first, success follows. A legacy and Wake Forest Athletics. We believe. Learn more at alegacy.org.
Football season is here, and the fall months are approaching, but it's still warm. That means pests like ants, roaches, and mosquitoes are still out in full force. Luckily, you can trust the pros at Stark Exterminators to keep your home business and tailgate pest-free. The professionals at Stark understand that it is not just any property, it is your home or business, and they will inspect, identify, and then treat with a solution that is customized for you. Schedule your free pest inspection today. Call 855-STARK now or visit StarkExterminators.com.
Yankees leading the Detroit Tigers 9-1 in the bottom of the fifth. Bottom of the sixth in Cleveland. Royals on top of the Guardians 2-1. And in the bottom of the sixth in Philly, Mets trail the Phils 5-4. Let's send it back to Stan, Larry, and Dave inside of Legacy Stadium.
All right, Chris, thank you. What kind of series are the Tigers and the Yankees have going on?
I was on the Josh Graham show today, and he said, well, your Tigers smoked the Yankees 12-1 and 11-2 or something. And I said, yeah, so the Yankees will probably beat them 12-0 tonight. I said, because, Stan,
they were due. They were due. And it's baseball.
And it's baseball. That's right.
Well, Wake Forest's truest drive summary, 69 yards, 11 plays, took almost 5 minutes. Wake settles for the field goal, 28 yards officially for Calvert. Wake up 10 now, 24-14. Down below, Carlson will kick it off. Duke Scott will be the deep safety for NC State. Right at the goal line, but if Caleb Carlson does his usual, this will 1 or 2 hop onto Deacon Hill.
Really need to keep NC State out of the end zone here because they're going to get the ball to start the second half too. And that's a huge swing and a big opportunity.
You were paying attention to the coin toss, weren't you?
0-3, so you know what that means for 2 weeks from now?
Deeks are due against Georgia Tech. Don't know the kickoff time of that one yet. Open date next week, as us old folks say. The kids say bye week. Still don't get it.
It's not.
All right. Here's Wake to kick. Got a lot of leg into that one. Kind of angle it right to left. It's into the end zone touchback. State wanted no part of that one. So the Wolfpack, which was down at one point 14-0, came back to tie it. Now back down by 2 scores. It's a 10-point lead for Wake, 24-14.
And this is a big series.
No question. See what Wake coordinator Scotty Hazelton and crew can dial up here. A couple of new coordinators for Dave Dornan State as well. Kurt Roper on offense, the quarterback coach. He's got a man in motion to the right, play action, rolling right. Bailey throws on the run. The sliding catch made at the 40-yard line by Jackson. That'll be a first down for State. In 15 yards.
Jackson thought he was in the NFL for a minute. He wanted to get up and run with it.
North Carolina native, again from Weddington High School down in the Charlotte area. He's been the guy tonight. State ready. First and 10 at its 40. Motion to the left, Bailey in the gun. Has the snap and a handoff this time to the middle. Spinning around is Smothers and just nowhere to go for him. Casano and Lohavichin are there for Wake Forest. Second down and 10.
Yeah, Casano bumped him backwards a couple of steps and then it was cleaned up.
Clock running down to 3:10 left in the half. 21-14 Wake. Second down and 10 State at its 40. Motion to the left empties the backfield. Quarterback draw going to be Bailey near side. Nothing there. Absolutely nothing. Jaden Loving there to make the tackle for Wake. Loss of a yard, 3rd and 11.
And he was just standing right in the middle of where Bailey wanted to go, and he didn't miss the tackle.
Wake with its 4th tackle behind the line of scrimmage here in the first half. 3rd down, 11. Clock at 2:35, and now Wake's starting to think, hey, we're going to have plenty of time to add on to the lead here.
Get us the ball back.
Yeah, just get the ball back. 3 pack receivers wide left, 1 to the right. Here's Bailey going to throw to the right. Going to be contested but caught just shy of the 50 at about the 49-yard line. Going to be short of the line to gain by, I think, a yard. Williams and Anderson team up to make the tackle for Wake Forest. Now State will let the clock run. We'll have the 2-minute timeout. Going to be 4th down and half a yard.
This is the 2-minute timeout.
You give up the ball at the 50 here. If you stop them, you get some penetration, stop them, you get the ball back at the 50 with 2 minutes to go.
We're at the 2-minute timeout. We'll take the break by giving you the score in Winston-Salem. Wake Forest 24, State 14.
At Progressive, we understand the bond you have with your boat. It's why people name theirs.
I was pretty hungry and looking at a menu when I named my boat Change Your Tuna. The backup names were Trick or Trout, I Salmonly Swear, and, oh, it gets worse, New Squid on the Block. It wasn't my best day.
Whatever you call your boat, protect it. And start with a quote from Progressive, America's #1 boat insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. #1 rating based on boat market share data from ratefilings.com.
What? New scratch-offs are out? That means new chances to become a North Carolina Education Lottery Winners Club member.
Yeah, in the Winners Club, I'll reinvent myself. I won't go by just plain Todd. I'll go by Toddrick. I'll get a gold jacket, play my saxophone again. I'll stop and smell the flowers, call my mom more.
Ugh, wrap it up, Todd.
It's Toddrick.
This month's scratch-offs pack over $78 million in total prizes. The Winners Club awaits. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning range from 1 in 3.76 to 4.98. Problem gambling helpline 877-718-5543.
Back at Winston-Salem.
The previous play was expedited review, and after further review, the offense gained a 1st down after full progress.
Oh, well, that solves that mystery for us.
Oh, how about that? Yeah, how about that expedited review?
Wow. So I was getting all excited for that play.
Yeah, figure State would have gone for it anyway, but no decision now. Field cut in half, 1st and 10, ball at the 50, Wake up 24-14. If you're State, you want to score, but you don't want to score quickly. Too quick. You don't want to give Wake any room to do anything with it.
Well, the minute, because they've shown a proclivity towards long plays tonight.
Word of the night, 4 syllables, proclivity.
Somebody dared me.
That's that Michigan education,
Somebody
man.
dared me earlier.
To say the word or just to get to 4 syllables?
No,
the word? Yeah. You're not spilling the beans on who that was?
Nope.
Is it anybody to my right?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Josh and I were talking serious business all night while you were down there eating.
There's nothing you and Josh Nixon talk about that's serious. You guys talk about me behind my back and make fun of me.
Darn right.
I know how it goes.
This is a long timeout right here.
Yeah, it is. That's that 2-minute timeout that takes about 4 minutes. But a chance for the Wake defense to catch a breath here. Try to keep State off the scoreboard and go into halftime leading by 2 scores and 10 points.
Try to get them into 2nd and long, which leads to 3rd and long.
Ball's right at the 50. 1st and 10 State, trailing by 10. 2 minutes left, first half here in Winston-Salem. 119th meeting. Every year since 1910. Rivalry started in 1895. State ready. Snap to Bailey, going to hand the ball off to Smothers. Left side through a little crease, and he is banged down inside the 45 at the 43-yard line by Hazen and Patterson. Gain of about 6. 2nd down for State at the Wake 44.
He's a good running back.
Oh, he really is. Sophomore from Charlotte's West Charlotte High School, as we talked about one time sooner. Snap back to Bailey. Looks deep. Pulls the trigger right side. Caught at the 30. A little slide there. Looks like Grimes who makes the catch. Tackle there by Ashad Williams. First down for State after a gain of 14. Clock at 90 seconds. And State back up over the ball.
And remember, State only has one timeout left because they burned two earlier.
3 wideouts left. Here's a handoff right side to Smothers. Good blocking, 25-20. Down the boundary, knocked out of bounds at the 10. Williams had an angle and was able to get there to knock him out. Saved the touchdown, but a gain of 19. And here's State with the clock at 1:18 to go.
Boy, he had some room to get around that corner.
Did. Really good blocking on the right edge by the Wolfpack. Trying to punch it in and gain some momentum before halftime. Ball is at the 11. 1st and 10. And get a first down at the 1-yard line. Bailey's going to go up under center. Smothers the standing tail deep in the formation. Play fake to him. Bailey wants to throw, backing up, throws left to the end zone. Nobody there. Nobody in the route. Receiver went in, ball went out. Webb back defending for Wake.
And Bailey was on his roller skates going back. Good pressure up front by Wake Forest.
Stops the clock. 1:13 to go before halftime. Wake Forest with some defensive substitutions. Kiersky back in there. 2nd and 10 State at the Wake 11. Wake up 10, 1:13 to go, first half. Right hash mark for the Wolfpack. Here's Bailey in the gun, has the snap, being forced out of the pocket. Right will run it to the sideline and out of bounds before the pursuit gets him. At about the 6 or 7, Anderson and Loving were in hot pursuit. Bailey gets 4. They'll mark him out at the 7. 3rd and 6 at that point with 1:08 left in the second quarter. Wake 24, State 14, trying to get into the north end zone here in the waning moments of the first half in Winston-Salem on a beautiful night. State with motion to the right. Bailey in the shotgun, has the snap, wants to throw. Looks middle, going to be deflected, back line incomplete. Good coverage back there by Williams. Grimes the intended target. 3rd down, or make that 4th down, and the field goal team comes out.
Yeah, Williams was nose to nose with Grimes. Really good coverage.
So this will be a field goal attempt for Vineset of about 24 yards. Just a little extra point here, but this would go for 3.
And a win for Wake to hold them to 3.
Snap is good. Spot is clean. Kick on the way and good. So State with a late field goal here with exactly a minute left in the half. Cuts the deficit to 7. It's now 24-17.
With 60 seconds to go in the half. And how many plays last week in under 60 seconds? 7 different plays. Scoring drives. 7 different scoring drives in under 1 minute in last weekend's game.
Now the truest drive summary for the Pack. 68 yards, 11 plays. Drive that takes 3 minutes and 7 seconds. 24-yard field goal. Wake's field goal drive prior to that was 1 more yard, same amount of plays. 69 yards, 11 for Wake, 68 and 11 for State.
A lot of fans hitting the exits for the concession stands or the other facilities down there. There's a lot of time left in this half with the offense that Wake Forest has shown to this point this year.
And there might be one less food truck. Barnes and Kearney are deep. Hope not. Here's the kickoff, high and not very deep. It's going to be, was that a fair catch or not? I guess not. One of the up backs for Wake makes the catch and barrels out over the 20 to about the 22-23. Trying to pick up that number for Wake. That's That's Lusardi, who was in, I think, as a fullback on one play from scrimmage earlier in the half.
Not sure he anticipated getting that ball.
Did pretty well with it. Lumbered out over the 20.
Hurt's a good word for it.
It's just 2 syllables. First and 10. Wake.
You got a whole half to go.
At its 22. See what Wake does here. Deeks with 2 timeouts. Snap to Ashford. Looks left and long toward the sideline. Incomplete. That was intended for Micah Mays, and he took a shot right up under the head with a forearm, no flag. Brian Nelson, the corner, might have got a finger on it to deflect it.
It also was a really dangerous pass. He tried to thread it between 2 guys, and that ball could have been picked pretty easily.
Ashford on the night, 13 of 17, 204 yards. The 1 pick that was taken back for a touchdown.
And you're right, that hit afterwards was unnecessary.
That could have easily drawn a 15-yard penalty. Yeah. Did not. Clock at 52 seconds left in the half. 2nd and 10 Wake. Going to be a pass to the near side. A screen for Burkhalter. 25 up to the 30. Near a first down, a yard or 2 shy. Tackle made by Brown. Burkhalter, the 5th-year senior, is there to make the catch. 3rd down, a long 2 for Wake. Ashford in the gun, going to be a handoff right side with the ball. Claiborne stumbles down at the line of scrimmage, and it's going to be 4th down. And State's going to call a timeout to force the Wake punt.
NC State, their 3rd and final of the half. Please set the game clock to 26 seconds. It's a 30-second timeout.
He had some room to go had he been able to keep his feet, but
Royal made the tackle, and a good decision by State to call the timeout.
The defense has elected to take this a full timeout. 1-minute timeout.
You know, on a punt, you never know. Bad snap, you could block the punt.
I mean, you know, who counts on a 98-yard kickoff return, right?
That's how this game started.
That's the difference in the game.
Wake lost the coin toss, had the ball kicked to Chris Barnes, and he took it 98. They opened the gate, he ran right in there. And Wake was off and running, then out to a 14-0 lead, but State comes back to tie it, 14-14 at the end of the first. Deeks got another touchdown and field goal to go up 10. State with a field goal to cut it to 7. So Wake to punt. Here's Joseph to kick it. Hoffman back to return. Here's a line drive knuckler. He makes the grab over his shoulder at the 20-yard line. Going to be taken down at that point. Good coverage by the Wake kick team. A punt of 50 yards. For Cal Joseph, his longest of the year.
Sorry, Stan, that can't have been an easy catch either, the way that ball was knuckling.
And no knuckler is easy, right?
Nope. Bob Euchre theory. How do you catch a knuckleball? Grab it when it stops rolling.
When it stops rolling. That's right. God rest his soul.
He was the best.
Oh.
He was a lot of fun to be around.
All right, NC State. 19 seconds left, no timeouts. 1st and 10 at the Pac-20. Going to be a give to Smothers in the middle. They're just going to try to break him loose. Can't. He'll take the ball up to about the 29-yard line, tackled by Aiden Hall. And that is going to be it. A wild first half in Winston. And Wake Forest leads it by a touchdown, 24-17. Let's go down to Dave Gorn. Dave?
All right, thanks very much. Waiting for Jake Dickert. Here he is. Coach, thoughts on that first half?
Well, a lot of big plays both sides. Right? It's just settle into the football game. We knew it was going to be a 4-quarter game, and we just got to tighten up our 3rd down defense.
Message to the guys at halftime?
Stay the course. I mean, we knew this was going to be a battle. We knew it was going to be a fight. Stay in the moment. Keep responding. Happy the way we responded in the first half.
Good luck second half. Thanks.
Go Deeks.
All right, there you go. Coach Dickert.
All right, Dave, thank you. 24-17. He closes everything he says with Go Deeks.
It's pretty fun.
I love it. All right, Wake Up a Touchdown at the break. Chris Hooks is next from our Learfield Network studios as you listen to Wake Forest football from Learfield.
A Legacy Federal Credit Union is proud to support Wake Forest University. Our partnership is built on a shared belief, a belief that excellence happens through dedication, that potential becomes achievement through support, and that Winston-Salem deserves champions in every field. A Legacy, your financial partner who believes in what you can become. Visit alegacy.org.
Your Barbasol shave is a time for self-reflection. Look in that mirror and ask yourself, can I make a real difference in this world? Of course you can. Just not today. The big game is on. Barbasol. It's a can of can-do.
Snakes, zombies, public speaking. The list of fears is endless. But the real danger is in your hand when you're behind the wheel. Distracted driving is what's really scary and even deadly. Eyes forward. Don't drive distracted. Brought to you by NHTSA and the Ad Council.
Go Deeks!
Into the clear, 10-5, and touchdown!
This is the Wake Forest Sports Network from Learfield.
When it comes to local news, you can rely on ABC 45 News. There to cover your story.
Just had to take a stand. We should be compensated way more than we are.
There to get you answers.
It still leaves so much anxiety because it's like we don't know what happened.
There in your community.
We need to help out the people in our community who are struggling.
And there with your no-wait weather.
This area is producing some severe weather tonight.
ABC 45 News, weeknights at 6 and 11, standing up for you.
Since 1909, Norman Stockton has been dressing Demon Deacon fans for every occasion. From custom-made suits and sport coats to dress shirts and golf shirts, Norman Stockton has you covered. Looking for new Wake Forest gear? You'll find a tremendous selection of Demon Deacon golf shirts, quarter zips, vests, jackets, belts, and more, all perfect for game day and every day. Conveniently located in Renolda Village, adjacent to campus, visit Norman Stockton today and trust the experts that have been serving the Triad's best-dressed men for over a century.
Welcome to the Demon Deacon Halftime Report. Coming up, we'll check scores from around the ACC and Top 25, as well as look back on the first half action. Here's your host, Chris Hooks.
It's halftime at a Legacy Stadium. Demon Deeks taking the lead in the locker room, 24-17 the tally. And I tell you what, if you missed the opening kickoff, here's what you missed.
Here is the boot, a high tumbler. It comes down, it's not that deep, taken by Barnes to the 5, 10, right side, 15, 20, near side, 25, 30, 35, 40 to midfield, down the left sideline to the 40, 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5, pay dirt. Open the gate, touchdown, Wake Forest on the first play of the ball game. Chris Barnes flew down the west sideline and into the north end zone. And just like that, the Deacons have the lead.
And that's exactly what Stan and the gang painted the picture. Again, 24-17 the tally. Let's go and take a look at the ACC. Big weekend ahead. It starts tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. Fresh off its comeback win over UConn. Syracuse at 1-1. Welcomes in their in-state foe, Raiders of Colgate, from the JMA Wireless Dome. As we've transitioned to Saturday, where 10 games are taking place. We'll start in Hot Atlanta, number 12, Clemson, in Georgia Tech. They begin their conference play on the 2025 season at high noon from Bobby Dodd Stadium. In Charlottesville, also a noon kick, Virginia, with its potent offense, takes on William and Mary. There's also 3 games on Saturday that are in the 3:30 window. We'll start in Springfield, Missouri, where SMU will take on new FBS member Missouri State. Mustangs looking to get back off the mat following that tough overtime loss to Baylor. In Morgantown, it's the 108th edition of the Backyard Brawl. Pitt taking on West Virginia as the Panthers look to start 3-0 on the year. Here's the Pitt head coach, Pat Narduzzi.
I've been in a lot of rivalry games throughout my career, and there's a lot of hatred in the game. I think the fans hate each other. All the things in the crowd and the stands and what happens when you're driving on the bus, all that stuff really doesn't matter. It's what happens on that football field that's going to matter, and the team that stays focused the best on really what the task at hand is winning a football game. That's what we're going down there to do, is try to win a football game. Now, I won't even talk about the last time we went down. It doesn't even matter. That was, 2 years ago.
The final 3:30 tilt takes place down the road here in Chapel Hill. Game 3 of the Bill Belichick era. Tar Heels taking on Richmond from Kenan Stadium. At 4:30 from Hard Rock Stadium, quite possibly the best matchup on the day. Number 18, South Florida, and number 5, Miami. The Bulls already with 2 top 25 wins over Boise State and Florida. Hurricanes could possibly be on upset alert. And at 7 o'clock later on Saturday, under the lights of Lane Stadium in Blacksburg, Virginia Tech now 0-2 on the year, hosting Old Dominion. Here's head coach Brent Pry as his team tried to move on from the loss to Vanderbilt. And again, he's just certainly looking to get his team back on track. Coming up at 8 o'clock on Saturday in New Orleans, Duke at Tulane. Former Green Wave, now current Duke quarterback Darian Mensah facing his old team. And the final 2 matchups on Saturday, both kicking at 10:30. 2-0 Minnesota at 2-0 Cal, while Boston College jumps into league action against Stanford. We are at the half here in Winston-Salem. And when we return, we'll take a look at the top 25. We'll run down the day that will be this weekend in the top 25 across the country. You're listening to the Demon Deacon Wake Forest Alumni Halftime Show right here on the Wake Forest Sports Network from Learfield.
The fans came out today, David. That's right, Gabe. Big games mean bigger tailgates. Check out that Ford F-150 truck. A championship caliber performance. Oh, flawless execution, Gabe. Smart, powerful, and with available Pro Power on board, F-150 just took this tailgate over the top. Game on, David. For the latest offers on Ford F-150, go to buyfordnow.com to see your Carolina Ford dealer today. See owner's manual for important operating instructions.
Hey, Demon Deacon fans, it's college football season, and SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of Hail Marys and walk-on heroes. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the action this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Wake Forest football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. Let's go, Demon Deacons! SeatGeek.
The Deeks live here.
Got it. Touchdown, Wake Forest.
This is the Wake Forest Sports Network from Learfield.
Offering the personal attention of a small liberal arts college, coupled with the broad opportunities of a leading research institution, Wake Forest has earned the distinction of being one of the nation's premier universities. Its mission is to graduate students who seek purpose-filled lives in the spirit of its motto, Pro Humanitate. Athletics are integral to the college experience at the university. Since its founding in 1834, Wake Forest has taken pride in its rare balancing of scholastic achievement and athletic success at the highest level of intercollegiate competition. This message is proudly sponsored by Mount Airy attorney John Gardner Jr. in memory of his father, John C.W. Gardner Sr., and by Mount Airy attorneys Frederick G. Johnson and Richard David Johnson. Go Deeks!
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by Wake Forest University. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of Wake Forest University and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by Wake Forest University.
Welcome back inside the Learfield Network studios. Busy weekend of the top 25 starting tomorrow night in Bloomington. Number 22, Indiana faces Indiana State. And as we transition to Saturday, the big new game this week, number 4, Oregon on the road in Evanston to take on Northwestern as they start Big Ten play. Number 13, Oklahoma heads on the road to Philadelphia to take on Temple, while number 19, Alabama hosts Wisconsin. And number 23, Michigan faces Central Michigan. All those games are noon kickoffs. Number 24, Auburn will take on South Alabama at 12:45, while at 3:30 from Happy Valley, second-ranked Penn State hosts Villanova. At the same time, number 6, Georgia, looking for its 9th straight win against the 15th-ranked Vols from Knoxville in the final 3:30 tilt on Saturday. Number 24, Texas Tech battling Oregon State. 4 o'clock later on that afternoon, number 14, Iowa State traveling to Arkansas State. And number 25, Missouri hosting Louisiana. At 4:15, the 7th-ranked Longhorns of Texas taking on their in-state foe UTEP in Austin. 7 o'clock, number 1, Ohio State taking on Ohio, coming off their upset win over West Virginia. Number 9, Illinois facing Western Michigan. And number 17, Ole Miss looks to start SEC play 2-0. They will take on the Arkansas Razorbacks. Coming up at 7:30 Saturday night, Florida Gators in a must-win situation in Baton Rouge. They take on the vaunted number 3 LSU Tigers. Also at 7:30, number 16 Texas A&M in South Bend taking on number 8 Notre Dame. At 7:45, Vandy heads to Columbia. They start SEC play against number 11 South Carolina. And the final top 25 game of the night, number 20 Utah in Laramie to tangle with Wyoming. We are at the half here in Winston-Salem. The Demon Deacs lead at 24-17. And when we return, we'll send it back to a Legacy Stadium as Stan, Larry, and Dave will get you set for the second half. It's Wake Forest 24, NC State 17, and you've heard it all right here on the Wake Forest Sports Network from Learfield.
A golf instructor who knows technique can improve an aspiring pro swing. But one who really cares can help transform a career.
There he is, your new champion.
When you team up with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
All right, game day concessions. Can I get a Pepsi?
You can, but son, you don't just get a Pepsi. Pepsi gets you. It gets the glory of beholding Wake Forest football. Pepsi shepherds us through adversity. It refreshes us as we roll the quad after every Deacs triumph. Now, would you like a Pepsi, son?
I'll take 100,000 million.
Let's do one Pepsi and go from there.
Right, good call.
Pepsi, proud partners of Wake Forest football.
Coverage of Demon Deacon football continues after these local messages. This is Wake Forest football from Learfield.
What? New scratch-offs are out? That means new chances to become a North Carolina Education Lottery Winners Club member.
Yeah, in the Winners Club, I'll reinvent myself. I won't go by just plain Todd. I'll go by Toddrick. I'll get a gold jacket, play my saxophone again. I'll stop and smell the flowers, call my mom more.
Ugh, wrap it up, Todd.
It's Toddrick.
This month's scratch-offs pack over $78 million in total prizes. The Winners Club awaits. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning range from 1 in 3.76 to 4.98. Problem Academy helpline 877-718-5543.
Get in the game with Domino's Pizza, a proud local partner of the Deacs since 2008. Domino's has you covered for kickoff, tip-off, and all your other game day needs. Cheer on your team with 2 or more medium 2-topping pizzas for $6.99 each, or order any combo of pizza, wings, pasta, sandwiches, and desserts for your party. Don't get caught off guard at the 2-minute warning. Track your order with GPS-enabled custom delivery alerts through Domino's Tracker. Find your Winston-Salem area location and order now at Domino's.com.
Halftime in Winston-Salem, the Legacy Federal Credit Union Stadium. Wake Forest leading NC State at halftime, 24-17. Some of the other numbers: first down, the Pack with 12, Wake had 10. Pack rushed the ball 107 yards, Wake 55. Pack threw for 122, Wake 212. Total offense for Wake 267 yards on 33 plays. The Pack with 35 plays and 229 yards. State punted twice in the first half, averaged 40. Wake 1 for 51. NC State was penalized 5 times for 39. Wake for 2 for 15. Third down conversion, State 3 of 8. Wake was 6 of 8, very efficient there. State 2 for 2 on 4th down. Wolfpack 2 of 2 in the red zone. Wake 3 for 3. Leading rusher for State and for the game was Hollywood Smothers. 11 carries, 81 yards. Bailey, the quarterback, 4 carries for 24 yards. Make that 23. For Wake Forest, Claiborne 10 carries, 34 yards. Ashford, the quarterback, 5 for 21. Both Claiborne and Ashford scored a touchdown. Bailey throwing for State, 12 of 17, 122 yards, 1 touchdown, no sacks. For Wake, Ashford, 14 of 18, 212 yards, no touchdown, 1 interception that was returned 41 yards for a touchdown by the defensive lineman, Shirley. Leading tackler for NC State is Sean Brown, the middle linebacker. He has 8. Nick Anderson, out of his safety spot for Wake, has 7. Game started off with a kickoff return for a touchdown. Chris Barnes for Wake took it 98 yards into the north end zone right by Bridger Fieldhouse. Wake had a 7-0 lead, extended it to 14-0 on a 93-yard, 7-play drive that saw Claiborne take it in from the 1. State, though, answers with 2 touchdowns unanswered. 75-yard, 8-play drive pass to Jolie, and then the interception return to make it 14-14 going into the second quarter. Wake put a 75-yard drive together. Ashford takes it in from the 1 to go up 21-14. Then a short field goal from Calvert makes it 24-14. And State had the last scoring drive ended in a field goal with a minute to go in the half. And that's where we are at halftime. Wake Forest in the lead, 24-17. We'll take a quick timeout on the other side. Start of the third quarter in Winston here in the 119th meeting between Wake Forest and NC State. As you listen to Demon Deacon Football on the Wake Forest Sports Network from Learfield.
Football season is here, and the fall months are approaching, but it's still warm. That means pests like ants, roaches, and mosquitoes are still out in full force. Luckily, you can trust the pros at Stark Exterminators to keep your home, business, and tailgate pest-free. The professionals at Stark understand that it is not just any property, it is your home or business, and they will inspect, identify, and then treat with a solution that is customized for you. Schedule your free pest inspection today. Call 855-STARK now or visit StarkExterminators.com.
One last exhale. Fitting, isn't it? The final shot at the Championship 4 comes down to a track that's been here from day one. Great. Martinsville. Close quarters, tight corners, and a fan experience that brings you so close to the action, all of the mayhem will be right at your fingertips. NASCAR Playoffs Weekend at Martinsville Speedway, October 23rd through the 26th. Get your tickets now at martinsvillespeedway.com. Ticketmaster, the official ticketing partner of NASCAR.
No big deal, but you've been earning Kohl's Cash for 20 years. That's 2 decades of checkout wins. To celebrate, enter our month-long sweepstakes for a chance to win $200 in Kohl's Cash. Plus, save on fall faves during the Customer Appreciation event now. Yep, 2 decades of Kohl's Cash is a big deal. Shop Kohl's and brag accordingly. Coupon ends September 21st. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Sweepstakes ends September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit 1 prize per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohls.com for official rules and details.
The fans came out today, David. That's right, Gabe. Big games mean bigger tailgates. Check out that Ford F-150 truck. A championship caliber performance. Oh, flawless execution, Gabe. Smart, powerful, and with available Pro Power on board, F-150 just took this tailgate over the top. Game on, David. For the latest offers on Ford F-150, go to buyfordnow.com to see your Carolina Ford dealer today. See owner's manual for important operating instructions.
All right, getting ready to start the second half here in Winston-Salem. NC State will get the ball first. NC State finished the scoring there in the first half with a 68-yard, 11-play drive that ended in a field goal. That gets State within 7, and now, Larry, the Wolfpack gets the ball back, and, State comes down, gets points, off we go, and State will feel a whole lot better about things.
Well, we've seen that both teams can score quickly, and it feels like every series is an extremely important series, and certainly to start the second half, Wake Forest needs to make a little bit of a statement and shut North Carolina State down.
Duke Scott, the redshirt freshman, stands at his goal line and ready to kick the ball downfield for Wake. Caleb Carlson Had 37 touchbacks last year. Richard Jr. from Miami. (24-17). Wake Forest on top by 7 here in Winston-Salem. 3 weeks in a row. Wake's been at home to start the year. Ready to go, and here is the boot. High and pretty deep. And it's going to be a touchback halfway through the back of the end zone. So we'll see which team's able to set the table here. Is it going to be the State offense or the Wake Forest defense as we start the third quarter?
Smart guy said at halftime, it's anybody's game now.
Oh. State will have the ball placed at the left hash mark. And again, the quarterback is C.J. Bailey, 12-17 in the first half, 122 yards and a touchdown. Wake has not gotten to him yet. Hands the ball left. Smothers out over the, well, not much over the 25-yard line. Maybe an inch, if that. Dylan Hazen in the middle, able to run him down.
You talked about what a great half Smothers had in the first half. Wake has to find a way to slow him down a little bit. They can't give up another 80 to him.
Yeah, he had 81 yards, almost 7 yards a carry. Second down and 10 State. Same spot, motion to the left by the tight end, Jolie. Snap back to Bailey, wanted to go left, instead comes back to the right. Pass caught on a comeback at the 35, and a first down for the Wolfpack. Looks like Noah Rogers, really good route, tackled by West, gain of 10.
Right on the line.
Needed 10, got 10. Nose of the ball right on the line. Ball at the right hash now. State will send 3 wide left. Wake rushing 4. 2 to the left, 2 to the right. Nobody up over the center, Jalen Grant. Here's the snap, play fake, dropping Bailey. Deep one over the middle, man wide open, incomplete. That might have been a touchdown. Looked like Jackson was wide open. Well, he was wide open, but
don't think there was any might about it. He just overthrew him, and he was plenty wide open with nobody on the other side.
He will kick himself watching that one back.
Woo. Small amount of pressure, but nothing that should have interfered with the throw.
Like a breakdown somewhere in Wake's coverage. No doubt about that either.
And those are the plays that change the entire game when you go back and look at them. Should have been 7.
Second down and 10 State. Right hash mark at its own 35. Bailey wants to throw over the middle. A shorter pass caught at the 40. And then some physicality after the catch out over the 42 to the 43-yard line by Jolie, the tight end. Anderson and West came up to bring him down. 8 tough yards there for the tight end out of Brewster, New York.
Paid the price for it, too. He got popped.
Third down and a couple for State. Wolfpack in the first half, 3 for 8. Wake was 6 of 8 on third down. A long 2. Snap it to Bailey. Swing pass near side. In space to Smothers. Smothers spun down at the 39-yard line. Lost on that play. Langston Hardy. What a great play. A loss of 3, and State will punt it away.
Interesting call to dump it out on a pass to him about 4 or 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage.
And Hardy is fired up as he comes to the Wake Forest sideline. The UConn transfer out of Jacksonville, Florida, playing like his daddy a little bit.
He was on it, wasn't he?
Here's Moon Kester to punt. Hernandez back for Wake at the Demon Deacon 15-yard line. The snap is good. Kick is out of there. Line drive spiral. Chance for Hernandez. Makes the grab at the 20 and popped at that point right at the 22. He tumbles backward. Backward somersault. But he's okay. And the Wake offense comes out.
Love that story Jake Dicker told you about Hardy when he was going home for the break, and his dad called and said, "Can you send us some tape? I want to study with him." And he said, "No, we want him to rest, take a couple of days off, take a week off." He said, "Send us some tape. We're going to be studying film."
We'll get to Dave Gorin after this first play as the Deacs run from the sideline up over the ball. I don't think they're in any kind of hurry here. Hardy, with Ashford in the gun, will send 3 Deacons wide right. Now, motion man that way. Screen pass out on the flank to Barnes. Turns the corner up to the 24-25, brought down by Barnhart as we go downstairs. Dave?
Yeah, just to show how much statistics mean, right? If I had told you that at halftime Wake would have 55 rushing yards and would be leading by a touchdown, you would have said I'm crazy. And Damon Claiborne really hasn't had a big effect yet, so let's hope he can get going here in the third quarter.
Yeah, Barnes, the lightning rod to start the game with a 98-yard kickoff return. 2nd and 7 for Wake Forest at its own 25-yard line. Ball at the right hash now. 3 Deacons wide left. That's the field boundary to the right. Give to the left side now. Claiborne cuts back to the right. He is taken down for a loss of about a yard. Fordham is there to make the hit for State. And it's 3rd down and 8. Clock rolls here. Third quarter, 11:25 to go. Wake 24, State 17.
Need to be really smart with this ball going downfield.
Ashford has 2 Deacons wide to the left. Receiver in the tight end to the right. Back to the left of the formation. Snap to Ashford. Looks right now, runs to the left, trying to outrun his pursuer. Marker down, 25-30 out to the 35 for a first down, but I think it's a big but. Flags against Wake.
10-yard penalty. Repeat 3rd down.
So that'll back Wake Forest up. Nice job to get the needed yardage by Ashford with his legs, but a hole somewhere across that interior. This Wake's 3rd penalty of the game. Devin Kalani, the sitter, called for the hold. So now it's 3rd and close to 20. Snap to Ashford, left side short pass, dumped off to Claiborne. 15 to the 20, breaks a tackle at that point, spins up to the 25-yard line and a little beyond to the 26, but not enough as Barnhart collects another tackle for NC State. A gain of 12, but Wake's got to punt it away. 8 tackles on the night for Brody Barnhart, who had 8 coming in. He's out of Providence Day High School out of Cornelius, North Carolina. Hoffman's the deep safety. The punt away by Joseph. Have a line drive knuckler and run down over there by Hoffman at the 30-yard line. And after a timeout, NC State will have the ball for the second time. Here in the third quarter, we take the break with 10:08 to go in the period with a score. Wake Forest 24, NC State 17.
A life in motion is a life well lived. At Atrium Health Wake Forest Baptist, we keep you moving, achieving, striving, with care that's easier and more accessible, so you can live fully. Atrium Health Wake Forest Baptist, the official healthcare partner of the Demon Deacons.
Looks right, pulls the trigger toward the end zone, going up to grab it. Did he get there? He did! Touchdown, Wake Forest!
Hey, Deke fans, Coach Jake Dickert here. As you prepare for your tailgate this season, remember to bring along some Pepsi. There is something special about tailgating in D-Town with your friends, eating some great food and drinking some ice-cold Pepsi. It's the perfect way to get ready to cheer on the team to victory. Go Deeks!
Wake Forest tailgating is always better with Pepsi.
A little over 10 minutes left in the third quarter. Wake at home, leading NC State 24-17. When you drive a smart and powerful Ford F-150, you're able to tackle any job. Game on. For great offers or to learn more about the Ford F-150, go to buyfordnow.com or see your Carolina Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of Wake Forest Athletics. Well, an exchange of punts, and State has the ball back at its 30-yard line. The Wolfpack with 244 yards of offense to Wake's 281. Bailey, 15 of 21 throwing, 137 yards and a touchdown. Smothers still with 81 yards of rushing. Leading receiver tonight for State. 4 catches just for 9 yards. Smothers. Noah Rogers now with 3 catches for 41 yards.
Spaced out pretty equitably.
Yeah, Jolie has the 1 touchdown catch, a short one of 5 yards back in the first quarter. So these two old rivals just kind of slugging it out here in Winston-Salem.
Might be one of those who's got the ball last kind of games.
Dave Doran in his 13th year in Raleigh, 89 wins, 65 losses. First year, of course, for Jake Dickert here in Winston-Salem, his first taste of the Wake and State rivalry.
Saw a note about Doran, though, 11 and 49 when trailing at the half.
And Wake's lead at the break was 7, still there with 10:08 to go here in the third. Dave Doran's taken the Wolfpack to 10 bowl games. He's had 7 seasons of 8 or more wins.
Yeah, that number really doesn't sound right to me.
All right, State ready at the left hash mark. Bailey in the gun, play action, looks right and deep and out. Going to be caught here. Really nice pattern by Anderson, makes the grab, and Anderson up to the 45-yard line and a first down. Casano was there, West is there. First down, though, for State, gain of 15 yards.
That's a good throw again by Bailey, too, out to the side.
C.J. Bailey, 6'6", 213-pound sophomore from Miami. And ready with the first down. As the snap, flags fly, looks left, throws a deep ball down the boundary, and I think it's caught at the 30-yard line, and a flag down to boot.
Really late flag.
Probably pass interference on Wake Forest. Catch was made by Jackson, it looked like. There's a flag on this side of the field, far side of the field too, so we'll let the officials shake this out.
I think near side is offside and far side is interference. Free play. So Bailey just let it go.
What you're taught to do.
There are multiple fouls by the defense. Offside, number 99. The penalty is declined. Pass interference. Number 3, 15-yard penalty. Automatic first down.
So NC State will have the ball as they spot it at about the 40, something like that. Yeah.
In the meantime, that was a spectacular one-handed catch with his hand behind the defender to pull the ball in.
The ruling on the field of an incomplete pass is under further review.
I mean, that was a magnificent catch if he was in bounds.
I thought he caught it anyway.
He did catch it one-handed.
Yeah, whether or not he's in bounds is now the question as we get out the Barbasol again. A lot of replays tonight. We're going to run out of foam here. Barbasol shaving cream. Why pay more for gels when Barbasol delivers an instant thick lather for a close, comfortable shave? Choose Barbasol, a quality shave and trusted value.
Smooth as can be, Stan.
I know. I've had the same can forever. That stuff lasts forever. I might not shave as much as you do, but I don't think Dave Gorn shaved in a month.
Oh, man.
After further review, the ruling on the field is upheld. First down.
So it's not a catch. But 15 yards on the penalty for interference. First down State at the Wake 40. Wake up 7, 9:31 to go third quarter as we kind of reset. These reviews, and we can debate, but they just kill the flow of games.
It's a little disjointed at this point.
I know you want to get things right. They can start to impede things. NC State at the Wake Forest 40. Quarterback Bailey, the back is Smothers.
Much deep.
2 pack receivers left with a tight end. Handoff in the middle. Smothers bounces left, breaks a tackle down to the 35 of the Deacons, into the 30 as he somersaults through the 3 black shirts there. They'll spot him down between the 30 and 31. Prunty and Patterson defensively were there for Wake, but they just kind of caught Smothers.
Yeah, there were 3 players and then a 4th added in, but they were 10 yards downfield.
They'll give him 9 yards, 2nd down 1, more like half a yard. And State will give him the ball again. Bounces to the right this time, past the 25 and into the secondary to the 22. And another NC State first down. Johnson and West make the tackle, but a gain of 9. And here comes NC State trailing by a touchdown.
In big chunks.
Clock running, 8:40 to go here in the third quarter. NC State approaching Wake's red zone. Way down to our right and toward Deacon Hill with Bailey in the shotgun. 2 receivers way out to the field left. Scott is the back this time in the formation, the redshirt freshman, the punt returner. Snap to Bailey. Gonna fake to Scott left, running himself right to the edge and escorted out of bounds at about the 15-yard line. Over there with him, Devon Patterson for Wake Forest.
It's another big chunk.
That's 6. Ball spotted at the Wake Forest 16-yard line. Clock at 8 minutes left here in the third. Wake up a touchdown, but State is driving. Scott remains the back in the game. He moves to the left side this time with the quarterback Bailey. Bailey's got Jackson to the right, another wide receiver out to the left. Here's the inside handoff. Breaking through is Scott. Past the 10 down to the 5-yard line. 1st and goal to go State. Hall and Anderson save a touchdown.
Boy, and that's some determined running right there.
Gain of 11 for Scott. The redshirt freshman from Stockbridge, Georgia. He will stay in the game. Dante Daniels, one of the tight ends, is in the game now on the left side. Right in front of him is Hardy, another tight end. Thinking maybe a run to the left here. Here's a give, and to the left side will go Scott. I mean, State's not really disguising much there what it was going to do with Hall and Anderson to make the tackle, but a gain of a yard. 2nd down goal to go from the 4. Again, Wake 24, State 17. 6:45 to go in the third quarter. Wake getting some fresh bodies in there defensively. Backs against the wall here.
Need somebody to rise up.
Ball between the hash marks. Empty backfield. Now Bailey in the gun has a man from the left side in motion back to the right. Snap to Bailey. Looks left the whole time. One-on-one into the end zone. Incomplete. Good coverage over there by West. Going to be 3rd and goal to go.
There might have been a little bit of a push-off, too, but got away with it.
So 3rd and goal State at the Wake 4. State trails by a touchdown here in the third quarter. Really good opportunity here for the Wolfpack. Back into the game is Smothers at running back. He's to the right of Bailey in the gun. Receivers right and left. Snap to Bailey. Good rush. Bailey pulls the trigger. Touchdown, Jolie, the tight end. Wake had a really good rush, but the tight end just filled the void in the end zone, wide open for the score.
They had a safety blitz on him, came right up the middle, and that's exactly where the tight end went to receive the touchdown pass. Good read by NC State.
2nd touchdown for Jolie, and now the Wolfpack, PAT from tying Wake again. Pack came from 14 down in the first quarter, has come from 10 down since to possibly tie it here. Here's the extra point on the way, and it is good. All right, timeout down below. New score with 6:22 left in the third. Wake 24, State 24 as you listen to Demon Deacon football from Learfield.
He's got the speed. He's got room. He's going to score.
No one gets you closer to the game than Sirius XM College Sports Radio.
For the win. Got it. Let's go.
Tune in for news, talk, and analysis from the offseason through regular season and into the postseason. We've got your team covered anywhere you go.
Deep to center field. Oh, it's gone.
Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/College Sports Radio 2025.
Greatness happens when someone believes in your potential. That's why a Legacy Federal Credit Union and Wake Forest Athletics share a partnership built on belief. From championship drives to your drive to buy a first home, investing in people always pays the biggest dividends. Choose the financial partner that cheers as hard for your wins as you do for the Deacs. A Legacy Federal Credit Union and Wake Forest Athletics. We believe. Start your journey today at alegacy.org.
Chris Hooks inside the Learfield Network studios. Let's switch gears and check out the NFL at the half at Lambeau Field. Packers on top of the Commanders, 14-3. Jordan Love, 13 of 18, 214 yards and a touchdown. And we'll take a look at some major league scores as we're in the top of the 8th inning in the Bronx. Yankees lead 9-2 over the Detroit Tigers. Aaron Judge with 2 home runs to give him 46 on the year. And out in Seattle, the bottom of the first, Angels and the Mariners. That game is scoreless into the first inning at Petco Park. In San Diego, the Rockies and the Padres are scoreless as well. Let's send it back to a Legacy Stadium to Stan, Larry, and Dave.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. Truist drive summary for the Pack. 70 yards in 8 plays. Jolie with another touchdown, second for the tight end. That one ties the score at 24. And while we're talking about home runs, how about our boy Nick Kurtz?
Yeah, isn't that something? Got 30 now after missing the first month of the year. Outstanding player from Wake Forest. Only one other Wake Forest player has ever hit 30 home runs in the major leagues.
A new football game now. We're back all square at 24. It was 14-14 at the end of the first, 24-17 at the half, and now 24-24. NC State has scored 10 unanswered to tie the game.
And they did it in very impressive fashion in that last drive. They were just eating up big parts of the field to move it down for the easy score.
Our guy Bert Whistle down there to kick it off. I love that name.
You've been saying it since, just a couple of days ago on Monday.
Better find out background on the Bert Whistle family. Barnes is back for Wake. Took 198 into the north end zone to start tonight's game.
And he just switched sides with Tate Carney.
Carney this time to the far hash. That's the right side as he faces the kicker. And Barnes over here on the left side. Let's see what Bert Whistle does here. Here is the boot. Line drive into the end zone. A couple of hops toward Deacon Hill. Important possession here for Wake.
Very.
As we underscore the obvious, huh?
That was about 106 off the bat, wasn't it? Exit velo on that?
He hit it right.
Didn't go 15 feet high.
He hit it right in the forehead. Whew. I mean, bam. A lot of knucklers tonight.
And he got to the end zone quickly.
Yeah, it did. And that was in the direction of Tate Carney. Tate was like, what in the world?
Let's hope Wake can get it to the end zone quickly.
Wake Forest is ready. Tie game, 24-24. 6:22 to go here in the third. And Wake is ready. Snap to Ashford. Rolls right. Now we'll run with the ball. 25 up to about, didn't get to the 30. He slides, and they'll just give him the 26. Couple there. Second down and 8.
Good block thrown out there by Demond Claiborne.
Wake's got Lodge in the slot wide left. 2 receivers that way, 2 to the right. High snap, swing pass near side. Taken by Claiborne with one hand, and he gets about the 27, 28. That's it. Couple more yards. Tackled by Cleveland and Brown. And Wake, a big down here, 3rd down and 7. Might be a short 7, but the State fans coming alive across the way. A lot of them here tonight. Always traveled well around the south following the Wolfpack. And Wake's ready here on 3rd down and 7 in the gun. Ashford drops to throw, looks, nothing develops left, runs to the right, being pursued, gets to the corner and throws on the run, deep downfield, incomplete. Hernandez gets turned around and falls backward. Ball was thrown a little behind his right shoulder, and Wake Forest has to send the punt team out.
Well, he was running for his life. He had big pressure. They had a blitz coming from the middle, so he escaped to the right. And then as he tried to throw it downfield, he threw it behind Hernandez. Not much Hernandez could do about that one.
Hoffman's going to be the punt returner. And into punt for Wake is Cal Joseph, the Australian. Snap is good. And here's the kick. End over end from left to right. Fair catch requested by Hoffman, made at the State 34. And that's where the State offense will take over after a 38-yard punt. Let's take a timeout and get a word in from your local stations. 5:09 to go here in the 3rd from Winston with a score. Wake 24, State 24.
What? New scratch-offs are out? That means new chances to become a North Carolina Education Lottery Winners Club member.
Yeah, in the Winners Club, I'll reinvent myself. I won't go by just plain Todd. I'll go by Toddrick. I'll get a gold jacket, play my saxophone again. I'll stop and smell the flowers, call my mom more.
Ugh, wrap it up, Todd.
It's Toddrick.
This month's scratch-offs pack over $78 million in total prizes. The Winners Club awaits. Must be 18 to play. Approximate overall odds of winning range from 1 in 3.76 to 4.98. Problem Academy helpline 877-718-5543.
He's coming. Here he comes. Surprise! Your table saw broke. Also, the warranty expired weeks ago, so you need to pay for a new one out of pocket.
At Progressive, we know small business owners don't usually like surprises because they cost you money. But a good surprise that could save you money? Getting a commercial auto quote from Progressive.
Oh, and the replacement part you ordered doesn't fit, so it's completely useless. What a waste.
Surprise yourself. See if you can save in as little as 8 minutes at ProgressiveCommercial.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
.509 left in the 3rd. State's got the ball back and a tie game, 24-24. NC State has not been in the lead tonight. Twice it has come from double digits down by 14 in the first half, 10 here in the second. And now State with the ball and the score tied, 24-24. Every sack is a sack to give back. For every sack the Deacons make this season, Food Line Feeds will donate 1,000 meals to feed our neighbors in need in the Winston-Salem area. No sacks tonight by either team. Looks at several tackles behind the line of scrimmage, but not of the quarterback. And we've been playing a long time. We kicked off at 7:35. It's after 10 in the East, and nothing's been decided. It is 24-24. The Jake Dickert Show on Thursday at Miller's on Robin Hood, and then Wake Forest will have the weekend off before entertaining Georgia Tech the following Saturday.
Got big plans?
Nope. Might do nothing.
You're good at it.
As much nothing as I can do. I'll be mowing at some point.
Going up to Fayetteville to see the baby.
No,
what would a weekend be without a trip to North Carolina?
No, you and Elaine got that covered. Might be down in Concord some. I don't know.
Doing nothing.
I can really,
wherever you go,
do a lot of nothing down there. Well, time for the Wake Forest defense to stand up here. NC State with the football at its own 35 here in a tie game. 5:09 to go in the third. Wolfpack at the left hash mark. There's a give left side. Smothers cuts back 35-40, 45-50-yard line. Gain of about 15 yards. Right up the left hash mark. Tackle made by Devon Patterson. And here comes NC State.
That was a 5-foot hole. 5-yard hole. There's a lot of space.
A lot of running room for Smothers. He is over 100 yards on the night. 114 gets it again. Breaks a tackle and strains for a yard. Going to be second down and 9. Tackle by Hardy. Ball is at the Wake Forest 49-yard line now as the third quarter begins to wind away. The clock at 4:35 remaining. And NC State and Wake tied to 24. But NC State with the football in Demon Deacon territory at the left hash mark. Bailey with a man in motion to the near side. That'll give State 3 receivers there. Handoff, though, goes to the left. No, it's a fake. Bailey keeps it and tackle behind the line again. Another tackle behind the line of scrimmage. Dylan Hazen makes the play for Wake. A loss of 6. It changed that. 6 tackle behind the line of scrimmage. Now it's 3rd and 11.
And it was a really nice fake, but Wake Forest had that sniffed out as well, going wide, and then Hazen made a terrific play coming in to fill the gap to bring Bailey down.
State 4 out of 10 on 3rd down tonight. Needing 11. Snap to Bailey. Deep drop. Looks. Fires on a slant over the middle. Caught at about the Wake 40. Reeled in here by Rogers. Webb makes the tackle. And it's a first down for State. Big play by the Wolfpack.
Again, a great job by the receiver getting to the line to gain for the first down when he received the ball.
Gain of 11, or was that Grimes on the catch? The State jerseys, okay, I had it right the first time.
5
Rogers.
and 6.
The single-digit numbers are all botched up. They're small numbers, and when the jerseys get wadded up, it's hard to tell. 5, 6, 7, 8, they all look alike. First down State at the Wake 40, hand off to number 4, that's Scott. He doesn't have anything. Pounded at the line of scrimmage by Hall and Gatcoop. Good to see Newer get into the game. Colorado State transfer. Newer Gatcoop.
Brings up 2nd and 10.
Favorite names.
Yes, sir.
Seven tackles for Aiden Hall. 2nd and 10 State at the Deacon 40. 2.5 minutes to go, third quarter. Play fake, Bailey drop it. Looking, waiting, throwing deep out, left side, incomplete. State wanting a penalty flag, it won't get it. Good coverage over there by Devon Patterson. And now it is 3rd down and 10, NC State.
And that's the same official that had that really late flag a while ago.
State's got it at the 40, got to get to the 30. The Deeks. 24-24, 2:20 left, third quarter. And if you don't care who wins, it's kind of fun.
Time for the D-line to get up.
Just going at it. That'd be a good time for a sack here, wouldn't it? 3rd and 10. Here comes an all-out Wake blitz. Bailey avoids it to the left, comes back to the right. Now he can't avoid it no longer. Down he goes at the 48-yard line. Braylon Johnson, first sack of the night. There's a sack to give back. Food Lion Feeds just donated 1,000 meals to help our neighbors in need in the Winston-Salem area. There is a marker down in the Wake Forest secondary. So hang on.
Well, NC State is leaving the field on their side.
After the play was over, unsportsmanlike conduct. Offense number 7, his first of the game towards ejection. 15-yard penalty. The down counts. It's 4th down.
That's the tight end, Jolie, who's made a couple of touchdown catches tonight.
Please set the game clock to 2 minutes, 8 seconds.
So the Wake Forest defense, sack when it needed it.
Yes. Had a blitz up the middle.
Please
and
set
got
the
good
game clock
pressure
to
from the ends.
2:08. Thank you.
Noonkester into punt for State. Hernandez back for Wake at the Demon Deacon 15-yard line. with 2:08 left in the third and the game tied at 24-24. Snap is good. The punt is out of there. Wobbly spiral, not that deep. Hernandez lets it bounce. It will take a Wake roll up past the 22 to about the 24-yard line. And the Wake Forest offense now will have the football back in a 24-24 game. 39-yard punt and no return.
Fortuitous bounce for Wake Forest.
Yeah, that one looked like it would head on toward the end zone. It did not.
Time for Wake to head on toward the end zone.
Line of scrimmage, the Demon Deacon 23. Ashford in the shotgun. Turns, hands to Claiborne, left side, and they've got him bottled up. Got maybe one to the 25, and that is it. Fordham is there. Brown is there. Brown's having a nice night for the Wolfpack in the middle. The grad student from Huff High School down in Charlotte.
There were three players that had nothing but eyeballs for DeMond Claiborne.
9 tackles for Sean Brown tonight. 2nd down and 9 for Wake. Play action. Ashford floats one right over the head of his intended receiver. Incomplete. And players just keep playing. I mean, that was an obvious forward pass, well over the intended target, and everybody kept playing. Wake kept playing. State kept playing.
That was a really scary pass.
I'm not sure why.
It's supposed to be a screen.
That was over the head of Johnson, one of Wake's tight ends. 3rd down and close to 9 for Wake. Another possession down for the Deacons at their own 24. Motion to the right by Johnson. Snap to Ashford. Getting pressured. Runs to the right, and he is sacked back here at the 18-yard line by Travali Price. First sack of the night for the Pack, and Wake will punt it away. Loss of 5 or 6 there for the Digs. And the clock runs at 55 seconds left here in the third quarter. Out trots Joseph to punt, and Hoffman back for the Wolfpack at the State 41. 24-24 tie. And Joseph punting from deep in Wake's territory. The snap is good. Kick out of there. That is a line drive right to left, almost a shank. Flag flies on the sideline in front of Wake's bench. See what that is all about. 41-yard punt, about 8 feet high, and right to left. I mean, that was an odd-looking
during the kick. Holding, receiving team number 40, 10-yard penalty, first down, NC State.
We'll move them back any way you can.
Correction, the foul was on number 41.
Pick whatever number you want. Just move them back 10 yards.
Yeah. Ball's going to be at the 30 of State. Still good field position to start this drive for the Wolfpack with 31 seconds left in the third quarter. Wake Forest 24, NC State 24. It was 24-17 at halftime. Wake in the lead. So State is ready. 3 receivers wide to the left. Ball at the right hash mark. Inside handoff to Smothers. Bouncing out to the left. And he is going to get undercut after a gain of about a half a yard. And that's it. Pursued by Zamari Stevenson to the defensive right. And the Deacons have an injured player. Looks like Frank Cassano hurt on the far side of the field. He's been really, really good for Wake in these first 2 games plus. Redshirt freshman out of Granite Bay, California.
For an injury.
Transferred in here from Washington State. Down to 22 seconds left in the third quarter. And the Wake medical team out attending to Wake's fallen linebacker, Frank Asano. State will scrimmage next from the 31. It'll be 2nd down and 9. Again, with less than 30 seconds left here in the third quarter. In the 119th meeting between these two, NC State leads the series 69 wins to 43 for Wake. They've played to 6 ties over the year since 1895.
That's a lot of ties.
State's 3 wins since 2000, back in 2001, 2015, and a couple of seasons ago back in 2023. Usano with a little help to limp off of the field of the near side. Wake won last year in Raleigh, a game kind of like this. Wake Forest able to win it 34-30. So Cusano is off and being attended to, and State will get ready to go from its own 31-yard line, 2nd down and 9. And now the Wolfpack will, as they start their quarter, we'll just let it roll away, and that'll be the end of the third quarter. So 15 minutes of football left. We go to the fourth after the timeout. I'm giving you the score here in Winston-Salem. Wake Forest 24, NC State 24.
A golf instructor who knows technique can improve an aspiring pro's swing. But one who really cares can help transform a career.
There he is, your new champion.
When you team up with someone who knows a lot and cares even more, you're unstoppable. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking. Truist, leaders in banking, unwavering in care. Truist Bank, member FDIC, leading based on top 10 U.S. commercial bank.
Football season is here, and the fall months are approaching, but it's still warm. That means pests like ants, roaches, and mosquitoes are still out in full force. Luckily, you can trust the pros at Stark Exterminators to keep your home, business, and tailgate pest-free. The professionals at Stark understand that it is not just any property, it is your home or business, and they will inspect, identify, and then treat with a solution that is customized for you. Schedule your free pest inspection today. Call 855-STARK now or visit StarkExterminators.com.
Move to the fourth quarter. We'll get you back out to a Legacy Stadium in just a second. 6:37 to go at Lambeau Field in the third quarter. About the Packers looking to go to 2-0 on the year. They're on top of the Commanders 17-3. Jordan Love's 265 yards and a touchdown. And Josh Jacobs 60 yards on 15 rushes for a touchdown as well. And again, 24-17 to score. Let's send it back out to 24 all the score, rather. Let's send it back out to Stan, Larry, and Dave at a Legacy Stadium.
Yeah, we're down to 15 minutes left, Chris, and 24-24 is the score in tonight's game, presented by Pepsi Bottling Ventures. Remember that nothing refreshes you better while you cheer for the Deacs than a glass of the finest ice-cold Pepsi. Whether you're at home, tailgating with your friends, or rolling the quad after a big win, Wake Forest is always better with Pepsi. Special thanks to Pepsi for its continued support of Wake Forest athletics. So through 3 quarters, NC State has outgained Wake 318-280. And it's 24-24. Wake in the third quarter, 9 plays, 13 yards. State 21 plays, 89 yards, and 7 points.
Fairly dominated play-wise, not necessarily as bad yard-wise. Well, 9 yards only for Wake, but only 89 for North Carolina State. But the trend is the wrong way.
Yeah, it certainly feels that State's got a little momentum here as we go to the fourth, no doubt.
And Wake Forest has not scored in the fourth quarter this year, which means they are due to put some points on the board.
Let's go downstairs today.
Yes, and they had not scored in the second quarter until tonight, so why not put one up here in the fourth quarter, right?
We have breaking trends here tonight. Been a great night A beautiful day today here in early September. I think the high temp was about 80, 81, something like that.
You got your arms crossed. You all right?
I'm fine. I'm just a little nervous.
More than a little nervous.
Just a little nervous.
More than a little nervous.
The late Skip Prosser used to say, man, that football, it doesn't bounce straight. You just never know what's going to decide this one.
But as we poured through coffee pot after coffee pot this morning at 6 a.m., we talked about the fact that it's going to be a big play by special teams of the defense. There's been one of each. And which way is the football going to bounce? Which way is it? Whose favor is it going to go in? And here we are waiting for that play to happen.
Yeah, only one turnover tonight. Interception return for a touchdown for State. Wolfpack with it, 2nd down and 9. Snap back to Bailey, giving ground, flag down, throwing downfield, caught for a first down at the 50. Markers all over the field now as Joe Lee, the tight end, spins his way to the Wake 42. But there are 1, 2, 3, 4 penalty flags down on the field. Gatkuth and Cusano, or was it Hall? Hall. Cusano was hurt a little while ago. Hopefully he's able to come back.
There are fouls by each team. Holding, offense number 75. Pass interference, defense. The foul's offset. Replay 2nd down.
So 2 for each side, or if 3 saw it, shouldn't that take precedence over the 1 that saw it?
Larry, it doesn't work that way.
Shoot. Because I think 3 guys saw the hold.
Tim Hedgepeth referees this ACC crew tonight.
The defensive foul was on number 45.
Second down 9 again for State. Redo at the Wolfpack 31. 14:45 to go. Clock runs 24-24. Wake crowding the line of scrimmage. Bailey in the shotgun. Has the snap. Max protection. Drifts to his left. Throws downfield and incomplete. Whoa. That was a dangerous throw. Here come 1, 2, 3 penalty flags.
I think that's going to be on Wake.
I think it is too.
Boy, he really threw it up for grabs too.
Yeah, that was not a
Pass
good throw.
Defense number 20. The ball is placed at the spot of the foul. Automatic. First down.
It's on Lardarius Webb, senior corner out of Opelika, Alabama. I just like saying that.
Yeah, okay.
I said that last week and you grinned at me. Was that why?
Yeah,
or was it something else?
No, I like
that you and Josh were making fun of me about. Well, Josh wouldn't make fun of me. Now I'm fair game. United State ready at its 43. Give left side, look out. Smothers 50, 45 near side 40. Breaks a tackle down the boundary. Stutter steps, makes a move 20 down to the 15. Nice job of running by Hollywood Smothers. Brought down finally by Zamari Stevenson. And here comes NC State after a run of 42 yards to the Deacon 15.
Great cutback after they kicked the end out, and he saw the whole inside cutback, and then put 2 really good moves on down the sideline to keep himself inbounds number 1 and make people miss number 2.
State with 3 to 5 fresh bodies here. They insert a lot of different personnel on 1st and 10 at the Wake 15-yard line. Jolie, the tight ends, caught 2 touchdown passes here tonight. Motion to the right, a little flip to that receiver. It's Grimes, the former Deacon, turns to 15 and down to the 11-yard line where he's taken down by B.J. Williams. First time we've called B.J.'s name tonight. Gain of 4, and somebody's hurt.
Timeout for an injury.
I think it's one of the State players. Cannot see the number quite yet. It's the right tackle, Teague Anderson, Utah State transfer from Lehigh, Utah. Over there on the offensive right. Game clock down to 13:27 remaining now. And NC State with the ball at the Wake Forest 11 in a tie game, 24-24.
Timeout on the field.
Going to take a timeout. Get a word now from your local stations. Again with a score here in Winston. And in the fourth quarter, Wake 24, State 24.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization, video streams, and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
September 13:27 left here in Winston-Salem. We are approaching almost 3 hours old in this ACC Big Four matchup between the Deacs and the Wolfpack. Coming out and see us on Thursday night at Miller's on Robin Hood. You might leave with a really cool Universal XL from Frost Buddy. Get that Frost Buddy effect. Keep your drink cold, your hands warm. They're great. And we give one away every Thursday night at the Dickard Show. So come on out on Thursday night. Won't cost you anything. We'll give you a ticket. We draw at the end, and you never know. So stay cool, Deke fans, with a Universal XL from Frost Buddy.
Has one of those perchance made it to the cupboard at the Radio Ranch out there?
I don't have one yet.
Okay.
I do not. All right. You can get them here. They're going to be available at the stadium all season long. They're really kind of cool.
Might be your Christmas present.
Well, we're all the way down to 13:27 left in the game, and we are tied at 24-24.
But momentum is on the wrong side of the field.
Yeah, State in prime position for points. The Wolfpack certainly hoping for 7 and not 3. Second down and 6, right at 6. At the 11 of Wake. Ball is over on the far hash. It's the right side. Pack will send 2 receivers to the left. Tight end set to the right. Wing back left. Back in motion to the left. Quarterback run. And Wake's waiting on that. Not fooled at all. Loss of a couple by C.J. Bailey. And Dallas Afalava, the former Idaho Vandal, brings him down. Going to be third down.
Like the way you said that, too. That play looked really odd, didn't it? That almost looked like a busted play, too. That had no setup to it at all.
Third down, 7 State. Be a big plus for the Wake defense to hold the Pack to 3 here. Ball just inside the right hash. Now the State offense has 3 receivers wide left, 1 to the right. Wake rushing 4. Snap to Bailey, backing up, looks left to the end zone. Touchdown State. Wide open as he crossed the goal line with the football. Looks like Jackson. Pretty sure it is, yeah. Keenan Jackson with his first touchdown of the season, the Charlotte native. 12-yard touchdown in State for the first time tonight. It took 3 hours to get the lead.
A really nice throw by Bailey because he was backpedaling as he threw it. He was getting pressure from the outside, from the right side, and he was on his back foot going backwards and still had plenty of arm to dump that into the front part of the end zone.
70-yard drive by NC State. Here's Vine set to try and add on the point after, and he does. He nailed it through there. The Truist drive summary, 70 yards, 5 plays. It took just 2 minutes and 4 seconds. And again, Jackson with the 12-yard touchdown reception.
And they made it look pretty easy marching down the field. But what a night Smothers is having. He's been outstanding. And C.J. Bailey has been a handful for Wake Forest. Really accurate with his throws downfield, and he's hurt Wake Forest with his legs as well. Knew that he was going to be tough coming in. Let's see. Can do a lot of different things with the football.
Pardon me, Larry. NC State now leading 31-24. Bailey on the night, 20 of 28, 183 yards and 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. Wake's gotten to him once. You mentioned Smothers, 158 yards on the ground. And NC State now has outgained Wake 375-280. Bert Whistle will kick it off. And that's his last name. His first name's Charlie. That's not 2 names. Charlie Bert Whistle. Way down to our right. And now Barnes and Carney are in kind of an I formation deep. Now they split. Bert Whistle with the kickoff on a high, deep one. Wake will have no chance to return as we go downstairs today.
Yeah, 12:37 left, and you want to see Wake get the ball in their playmakers' hands here. You got to give the state defense credit because they have been all over Damon Claiborne tonight. Maybe he's due to break one, and then, of course, Chris Barnes has been a little quiet since the first quarter. He was sitting on the stationary bike on the sidelines, and I asked him, I said, are you good? He gave me the thumbs up, so let's see if Robbie Ashford can get it in one of those 2 guys' hands, and they can break one here.
Yeah, Claiborne tonight, 12 carries for 35 yards, and the 1 short touchdown run. 1st and 10, Wake Forest at its own 25-yard line. Big shift from left to right for Wake. Ashford in the shotgun. Opens up, fakes it left, runs right. Gonna keep it 25 near side and out of bounds. He'll scamper at the 28-yard line. Gain of about 3. Unless they give him the 29, which they do, so a gain of 4. That's a pretty generous spot. Jackson Vick, the nickel, makes the tackle. 2nd down and 6, Wake Forest at its 29-yard line with 12:08 to go in the game. Snap to Ashford, throws the ball. It's deflected, up for grabs, and incomplete. Wow, Wake very fortunate there. Fordham, the linebacker on the outside, blocked it or deflected it.
Yeah, Ashford came flying in and he smacked the ball down like a volleyball player so the North Carolina State couldn't intercept it.
Now Wake faces 3rd down and 6. Trailing by 7 with 12:02 to go. Deacons at their own 29. Trailing by a touchdown. 3 receivers left. Falai in motion to the near side right. Snap to Ashford. Looks right. Throws right. Incomplete. In and out of the hands of Hernandez at the 35-yard line. Marshall had the coverage. The Deeks can't connect, and Wake will punt it away.
Well, it's been a shutdown in the second half. Wake Forest with just 17 yards in the second half. North Carolina State, 146.
It's 4th down and into punt. Joseph Hoffman back for NC State at the Wolfpack 30-yard line. Cobb will snap it right down the hash mark on the right side of the field. Snap is perfect, as they typically are from him. The kick is a wobbler, not very long, taken by Hoffman, breaks a tackle, 35-40, near side 45-48-yard line, taken down at that point. So State effectively has cut the field in half with the lead. We'll take the timeout here with 11:50 to go in the game. And the Pack up 31-24 with the ball as you listen to Wake Forest football from Learfield.
No big deal, but you've been earning Kohl's Cash for 20 years. That's 2 decades of checkout wins. To celebrate, enter our month-long sweepstakes for a chance to win $200 in Kohl's Cash. Plus, save on fall faves during the Customer Appreciation event now. Yup, 2 decades of Kohl's Cash is a big deal. Shop Kohl's and brag accordingly. Coupon ends September 21st. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Sweepstakes ends September 30th, 2025. No purchase necessary. 20 winners per day. Limit 1 prize per person for entire sweepstakes. See Kohls.com for official rules and details.
All right, game day concessions. Can I get a Pepsi?
You can, but son, you don't just get a Pepsi. Pepsi gets you. It gets the glory of beholding Wake Forest football. Pepsi shepherds us through adversity. It refreshes us as we roll the quad after every Deacon's triumph. Now, would you like a Pepsi, son?
I'll take 100,000 million.
Let's do 1 Pepsi and go from there.
Right, good call.
Pepsi, proud partners of Wake Forest football.
$11:50 left in the game with NC State coming from 14 down at one point to lead here 31-24. Kohl's has the back-to-school styles that'll spoil them at prices that'll spoil you. From jeans and tees to sneakers and more, which means you can do it all without overdoing your budget when you shop at Kohl's and Kohls.com. Well, 7-point lead for the Wolfpack here, 11:50 left. This game started with Wake on top 14-0 after a kickoff return for a touchdown and a 93-yard touchdown march, and it looked dire for State early, but the Wolfpack, you got to give them credit. They plugged away all night. They've been behind most of the night, now in front for the first time, but again, came from 14 down to get even through the first quarter. Trailed by as many as 10 in the second quarter. Cut it to 7 at the half. Tied it with the touchdown march, the only points of the third quarter. And now the only points of the fourth so far. And State's up 31-24.
Well, Jake Dickert talked about staying with our plan at halftime when he talked with Dave Gorin, and they just haven't had any kind of a plan in the second half. Just haven't been able to move the football. They've taken Chris Barnes out of the play pretty considerably, and they've really had the answers for DeMond Claiborne.
Yeah, Claiborne on the night, 12 rushes, 35 yards. He did have a 1-yard touchdown run in the first quarter. Barnes, after that 98-yard kickoff return, he has 3 catches tonight for 76. He had the big one, which was officially 70. We had him at 71, but State has kind of settled in even after giving up some huge plays. And now State is ready. Here's a give near side left. Nothing there for Smothers. He bounces out to the right and finally going to get tackled behind the line here by Kierski. Wake shut the door to the defensive right. So Smothers bounced off that, goes to the right, the offensive right, and Kierski was there awaiting and took him down.
He had some room to go if Kierski doesn't grab an ankle.
Kierski, redshirt junior from Lone Tree, Colorado. Second down and 10, Wolfpack. No gain on that play. A lot of running, but nothing doing. 2 Pack receivers near side left, 1 out to the right. Wake rushing 4. Now a delayed blitz. Here's Bailey throwing, hit as he throws, ball downfield, and is incomplete at the Wake Forest 20-yard line. Again, good coverage on the sideline over there by Prunty. And a penalty flag.
Personal foul.
Oh, my.
Roughing the passer. Defense number 9. 15-yard penalty. Automatic. First down.
Quincy Bryant got him hit him low. And they're going to call that pretty much any time or every time.
Hit him low but not late. But unfortunately, when you get down around the knees of a quarterback,
it's coming. Yeah. So a step off against Wake. This is a 15-yarder all the way down to the Wake Forest 37-yard line. Clock at 11:07 to go. State 31, Wake Forest 24. Demon Dake's got to find a way to get the ball back. State is only one turnover in the 2+ games thus far. First down play, handoff Smothers left side, and Wake got his face mask grabbed at the 35, breaks through that down to the 30. It's going to be 15 more on top of the gain. Nick Anderson makes the tackle. The gain was 7, and there's more coming.
Holding.
Oh,
offense
my.
number 75. 10-yard penalty. Repeat first down.
I thought I saw a face mask. Did you?
It was a hand up high, but evidently it didn't make contact with the face mask.
Well, the head kind of jerked around, and State gets hit with a holding. So that is a break for Wake, I think.
Well, there was plenty of laundry out there that meant that a couple of different people saw it.
So the line of scrimmage now for State is the Wake 47, and it's 1st and 20. We'll take advantage of this for Wake. Here's a handoff left side for NC State. The give will go to Scott this time, and Scott will bang the ball past the 45 down to the 40 and beyond to the 38. Nick Anderson there to hit him. His 10th tackle of the night. 2nd down and 12, though. State behind schedule after the holding penalty.
A staple of Jake Dickert's teams have been turnovers, and they haven't been able to cause any.
2nd down and a dozen for State. Motion to the left by the tight end. Bailey, 2-3 claps, has the snap. Plants the foot, throws the ball right side in the flat. Over there, Scott out of the backfield past the 30 and down to about the 27, where he's taken out by Patterson. Going to be, I think, short of the line to gain by about a long yard. 3rd and 1 coming up.
Again, that's just a huge chunk. Easily given up.
Clock rolls. 9:45 to go. State's up 7 with the ball at the Wake 28. 3rd down and 1. Right hash mark. Under center this time, Bailey. Don't see it a whole lot. Long count. Give. Left side with the football. Scott. 1st down State. Past the 25 to the 24. New set of downs for the Wolfpack. Gatkuth is there for Wake Forest to make the tackle. Trayvon West helps him out. One eye on the field, one on the clock now. Starts to become more and more of a factor. The State lead is 7. Any points here makes it a 2-possession deal. And the Wolfpack ready. Wake Forest rushing 3, 4, now 5. Here comes the blitz. Handoff right side. On the opposite side of the blitz, taken by Smothers. Short gain of maybe 1 to the 23. And the clock rolls along. Loving and Cusano. Good to see Cusano back in the game. There to make the tackle for Wake Forest. 2nd down and 9 State. At the Wake 23. Wolfpack won't be in a hurry. Wake Forest gets Amari Stevenson out there. Off the field comes Anderson. Wake without Rashawn Tung tonight. Was a late scratch before the game. 2nd down 9 Wolfpack. Right hash mark. Wake crowds the box. Snap to Bailey. Swing pass near side Scott. 25-20, and he lowers his head down to the 16-yard line. Short of the 1st down by a couple. Near side tackle made by Johnson and Hazen. 3rd down and a long 2 for State at the Wake 16-yard line.
The Wake's just not getting anybody out to match up with that back out of the backfield on that short little swing pass. And there's been 7 to 10 yards almost every time they've tried it.
Halfway through the 4th quarter. State up 7 with the ball at the Wake 16. 3rd down and 2. The back remains Duke Scott, the redshirt freshman. Dropping in the gun, Bailey. rolls right with the football after the snap. Marker down, throws downfield, pass caught by Jolie, the tight end, at the Wake 10, but a marker down on the far side of the field in front of the state
illegal
bench.
Formation, offense, more than 4 players in the backfield, 5-yard penalty, repeat third down.
That'll drive you nuts if you're Dave Doran.
Oh, man.
And Kurt Roper, the new offensive coordinator for NC State.
Yeah, how many times have you lined that up?
Well, too, I think it's worth mentioning that, field goals have not been automatic for State through these first 2+ games. Each team has a relatively short field goal tonight. Now for State, for State, third down right at 7 at the Wake 21. 7:05 to go. Bailey in the shotgun, has the snap. Plants and fires right side along the line of scrimmage. Going to be caught by Jackson, looks like on the run, right at the line of scrimmage. He was running parallel to the line with his route. He is cut down by Stevenson, and that will force the field goal try from State. This is not so much a chippy. Got a 38-39 yarder. And this is Vineset to come out. Only the second field goal try for him this season. From the right hash mark. And for a 10-point lead. Snap and spot are good. Kick on the way, and it is good. So State comes up with 3 to get a 10-point lead with 6:19 to go. We'll take the timeout and return with more in a moment with the score now. NC State 34, Wake Forest 24.
A Legacy Federal Credit Union is proud to sponsor Wake Forest Athletics. Together, we share one powerful truth. Investing in people always yields the highest results. From first downs to first homes, belief is the spark that turns goals into victories. For more than 50 years, a Legacy has backed Winston-Salem's dreams, proving that when you put people first, success follows. A Legacy and Wake Forest Athletics. We believe. Learn more at alegacy.org.
There's the snap and give to Claiborne. Pulls his way in. Touchdown Wake. Right up the middle.
Demon Deacon fans, a new era of Wake Forest football is here. Don't miss any of the excitement as Coach Jake Dickert and the Deeks hit the field at a Legacy Stadium. Get your tickets today at godeeks.com/tickets and join us in Deektown. We'll see you at a Legacy Stadium for Wake Forest football. Go Deeks.
NC State with some very important points here late with 6:19 to go. The field goal gives State a 34-24 lead. The drive took 5.5 minutes off the clock. 32-yard drive, 8 plays, but it took a while. And the field goal has, again, State up 10. And since the 7:19 mark, midway through the first quarter, we have a 24-point swing in favor of the Wolfpack. Ouch. Which at one point was down 14-0 after the kickoff return for the touchdown, the long touchdown march by Wake that had the Deacons up 14-0 with 7:19 left to play in the first quarter. And then State started to get into things, and again, the Wolfpack on the road, now leading by 10 with only 6:19 to go. A 2-possession game. And the going has been really, really rough for Wake here since halftime, trying to move the football.
Well, haven't been able to get anything going at all on the ground, and there's been a lot of pressure for Ashford. As he's tried to throw, he's had to throw on the run line.
And State has just not let Wake run the ball.
No.
Since halftime, the Deacons -3 rushing yards.
With one of the best backs in the country.
State now will kick it off. Burt Whistle will hit it. And boy, number 10 sure would like to get it. Chris Barnes back at the goal line. Took the opening kickoff 98 yards for a touchdown. See if he can get it here. Here's the kick, line drive. Wow, that is a rocket through the back of the end zone. Nothing doing.
White line on the back side, out of play.
Well, Wake's got to find a way, right?
I think they've got to open it up some, take some shots downfield.
Our stat monitors are not updating anymore. They have frozen.
Everything's gone south the second half.
Wake ready. Here's the snap and a little give. The timing off, but Barnes has it. He is banged ahead. He was hit from behind and knocked forward. He got about 2-3 yards. That was kind of a jet sweep, but the timing was not right.
It was a low snap. It was below the knees of Ashford, so he had to get down to get it, and Barnes had to stutter step to wait to get the ball.
2nd and 7, trips left. Here's an inside fake. Ashford dropping to throw, wants to go deep, middle can't, throws right and short. Marker down. The pass is incomplete, and this is in the area of holding.
Holding. Offense number 73. 10-yard penalty. Repeat, 2nd down.
It's on George Stye, who started at left guard tonight with Clinton Richard out. Pigs have had to move some pieces on that offensive line. And Coach Dickert talked about the difference of playing tackle and guard. It's not as easy as it seems, and Stye was caught that time holding.
So he wanted to go deep, couldn't, threw short, dropped with a hold.
2nd and 17 now, 5:52 to go. Wake down 10. Snap to Ashford, zips one over the middle. Pass going to be reeled in here by Melvin. His first catch of the night. He spins out over the 25 to the 27. Brought down by Marshall and Royal. Gain of 9, but it's another 3rd down for Wake. 3rd and 8. Got to get it out to the 35. Ball is at the 27. Right hash mark. Ashford with Wake down 10. And time winding away. Snap to Ashford. Zips it left side. Slant incomplete. Tried to get it to Hernandez. Right at the line to gain. Was in some traffic. Brown and Vick smacked it down. And now it's 4th down for Wake. 5:18 to go, down 10. What do you do? The offense stays out there right now. And Wake's going to keep it out there and go for it on 4th down. And 8 to go. Or did it just draw State offsides? Now, what's happened?
Charge timeout. NC State.
Okay.
Their first of the half. It would be 30 seconds.
Oh, man.
As he was in the process of going offside.
Yeah.
So State wanted to take a look at how Wake lined up. They had Claiborne in motion. And it all started falling apart.
Clock is down to 5:18 remaining. State 34, Wake 24. And it's just been a second half of frustration for the Wake Forest offense.
Frustration and futility.
Yeah.
Play of the game for the moment.
Fourth down and 8. And the Wake Forest offense stays out there, down 10. At the Deacon 27. Ashford has the snap. Short drop. Drifts to his right. Sacked down at the 21 and hit very, very hard. Hopefully Robbie Ashford is okay. I mean, he was sandwiched and hit very hard by Kean Sloan. And Ashford very slow to get up. Just now getting up. That was quite a shot. Biggest one he's taken this year without question. And he kind of wobbles to the sideline.
And he got hit low and high.
The previous play is under further review for a potential targeting foul.
Harsh and Sloan were the tacklers. And they, as you just heard from Tim Hedgepeth, will take a look for a possible target. It didn't, to me, didn't look that way live, but We'll take a look at the replay and see if it shows something we didn't see.
Well, they run a twist with a linebacker who comes in and he gets hit low. Well, his head snapped back pretty good on contact.
Let's go down to Dave.
Yeah, Jake Dickert is hot I have never seen him, at least through almost 3 games. He had his hat off and was letting his feelings be known to Tim Hedgepeth. But we'll see. I think it's pretty obvious from the replay. Caden Sparks had it nailed down here live. He said, I think that was targeting. So Tim has taught him well.
And he launched. He got his body parallel to the ground.
Well, it was a quick decision here.
After further review, personal foul, targeting, defense number 54.
Wow.
15-yard penalty, automatic first down. Number 54 is disqualified.
So Harsh is out, and the Wake Forest offense is still out. Now we'll see if Ashford is out after the hit. He went down hard. He's out there. Bobby Ashford, 6'2", 220, and built really well. He's put together nicely.
And he's not feeling too great right now.
No, he's felt better. Still, 5:13 left. Wake with all of its timeouts. First down now at the Demon Deacon 42-yard line on a personal foul against Sebastian Harsh when Wake was about to give the ball back. And a break there for the Deacs. We'll see how effective Ashford can be. He was kind of wobbly when he got up, but he's okay, looks like. Motion to the left by Claiborne. To the left, pass to the right, down and out, intercepted NC State. Intercepted on the first play back. Ronnie Royal, the safety, picks Ashford off. Second pick for the Pack defense here tonight.
He had Claiborne in motion left and just didn't look left at all. Didn't look it off. Looked down to the right sideline the whole time. Threw it. There was one black shirt, 5 red shirts. That's not usually a good sign.
Well, second turnover, as I mentioned, of the night for Wake. The Pack has not turned it over all night, and now Wake's almost got to find a way to pry that ball away. Yeah. It's a 10-point deficit for Wake with only 5:02 remaining. And State with the ball in great shape at its own 44-yard line. Wake led by 14 early, now down 10 late. Motion by Rogers to the right, handoff left side to the running back for State, up to about the 48-49. Smothers back into the game, taken down by Aiden Hall. 4 on the carry. And again, our stat monitors are not working, so we can't update the statistical part of this game for you.
I can, a lot to a little.
Yeah. Just hadn't been much for Wake to add up this half. Second down and right at 6 for State. And Wolfpack, 8 seconds left on the play clock. And bleeding it all the way down. Bailey now has the snap. It's high. Turns and gives to Smothers in the middle of the line. He'll bang it to the 50 and nose it just across into Wake territory.
Charge timeout. Wake Forest, their first of the half. It will be 30 seconds.
Bryant and Patterson team up, and you heard Wake will stop the clock there, and it's going to be third down for the Pack and about 4 to go. Down back to Dave Gorin.
Yes, sir. If you're Dave Doran, you're probably thrilled that your offense has been very balanced. 213 rushing yards, 201 passing yards. Haven't turned the ball over on offense. Picked off a couple, including that pick 6. And it shows on the scoreboard. 34-24 with the ball. Running down to 4 minutes left, and things are looking good for them, but not over yet.
Yeah, Wake down to 2 timeouts after taking that one. Third down and 4 State right here. And an obvious must stop for the Wake defense. Wake will crowd the line of scrimmage. Wolfpack with motion to the right. 3rd down 4. Snap to Bailey. Quarterback roll to the right. Throws to the right. Incomplete. In and out of the hands. Looked like Jackson, who's been sure-handed all night. Not there. That will also stop the clock at 4:07. And State will send the punt team out.
But it was there. He was open. The ball was just thrown in front of him. He was still looking towards the backside, and he couldn't get his body turned around and make the catch.
So Wake was still a little life here with 4:07 left. Noonkester into punt, grad student. Jake Mann will snap it. Snap is good, and the kick is out of there, and Wake has roughed the punter. The kick will bound on into the end zone for a touchback. The Deeks went for the block. Barnes and Cusano were there. Let's see if it's running into or roughing. Either one results in a first down for NC State.
Didn't miss by much.
Running into the kicker, defense number 43. That 5-yard penalty results in a first down.
Wow.
Well, went all out trying for the block.
Yep.
Because that's really what you need. You need to score fast. Chances are you weren't going to get it with the ball going towards the end zone. It was going to get in the end zone. No chance to run it back. So they went for it. Can't fault that.
Line of scrimmage now becomes the Wake 44 as we hit 11 o'clock Eastern time on this Thursday night. Going to take something squirrely now for Wake with 3:59 to go, trailing by 10. And State with the football in Demon Deacon territory. Bailey sends a man in motion to the right. It's Rogers. Give left side, and Wake just waiting on it. Hardy and Anderson are there, and
charge timeout.
Down will go Scott.
Wake Forest, their second of the half. It will be 30 seconds.
Clock stopped at 3:55, 2nd and 11 coming for State.
Got to try some gripping and ripping. Figure out a way to get the ball out and into play. You never know.
Well, State, to its credit, through games with East Carolina and Virginia, 0 fumbles lost and only 1 thrown interception. No turnovers tonight. Wake's thrown 2 interceptions, 1 taken back for a 41-yard touchdown by Shirley, the tackle.
Way to pop my balloon, Stan.
2nd down and 11 or 12, closer to 12, I guess. At the Wake 46, here's Bailey. Again, motion to the right, toward the wide side. Give to the middle. With the football there is Smothers dancing around, taken again down behind the line of scrimmage by Dylan Hazen.
Charge timeout. Wake Forest, their 3rd and final of the half. It will be 30 seconds.
3rd down now and 16 for NC State.
Ball game, basically, right?
Yeah, got to force the punt, then score and get an onside kick.
That's all. Weird things happen in football games.
We were just a couple minutes into the 4th quarter when the stat monitor, speaking of getting squirrely, stopped on us. State had 375 yards at that point to Wake's 280. Wake had 267 at halftime. And so State now ready on 3rd down and right at 15-16. Handoff Smothers, and he'll get past the 50 to the Wake 48 where he's taken down by Hardy, and now Wake just has to watch the clock run. State will burn about 30 seconds off here before punting. Could even let it go all the way down and kick it. plenty of room to punt. Might as well let it go all the way down.
5-yard penalty is not going to hurt.
No. Might help you a little bit, quite honestly. Not a whole lot of fans left here at Legacy Stadium. And for Wake Forest fans...
Sorry, timeout. NC State, they're second of the half. It will be 30 seconds.
Really started for Wake with such promise with the kickoff return for the touchdown and got the ball back and then went 93 yards on a 7-play drive that Claiborne ran it in from the 1, and it was 14-0 halfway through the first quarter, and it really was. It felt really, really good. Doesn't feel so good now. Since that point, again, State has turned it around to the tune of 24-point turnaround. Up 10 now after trailing by 14. Going to be 4th down here in State, ready to punt. See if Wake will try the block again. Snap, quick kick out of there. The line drive, Wake without a deep safety downfield. Wolfpack will just let the ball roll and let as much clock wind off as possible. Josh has gone to a different website to get some stats here. Looking for total yards somewhere. 409 to 296. NC State. So Wake's had like 29 yards second half. Is that right? 29 yards in the second half, and that is it. Now Wake is backed up all the way to its own 6. Dropping into the end zone is Ashford. Short drop to the left side. Short pass to Claiborne. He is tackled behind the line of scrimmage at the 4. It's going to be 2nd and 11. Tackle made by Brown.
Yeah, they've had people spying on the backfield the whole game, and you try the short dumps, and they just haven't worked.
Clock down to 2:33. Snap again to Ashford, throwing from his own end zone. Over on the left side, incomplete. Throwing into the neighborhood of Claiborne again.
Threw it to the wrong side of him.
Now it's 3rd down and 12. Second half, State has outgained Wake 180 to 27. 3rd down 12 for Wake at its own 4, trailing by 10. Ashford in the shotgun, 1 yard deep in his own end zone. Here's the snap, short drop, little curl over the middle, called by Hernandez at about the 13, but shy of the line to gain by a couple. Brown with another tackle. Now Wake faced with 4th and 2. Wake right back up over the ball. Got to get 2. Here's a short pass left side taken by Claiborne on the flank. Breaks a tackle, crosses the 20 for a first down. Does not get out of bounds. Clock will run with 2 minutes to go. Gain of 7.
That is the 2-minute timeout.
So a timeout on the field with an even 2 minutes left. We'll return with the finish in a moment with the score. NC State 34, Wake Forest 24.
A smooth, close Barbasol shave in the morning lifts your confidence. That rich, creamy lather will catapult you to greatness. Nothing can stop you today. Well, except that traffic jam. Barbasol, it's a can of can-do.
If you can plan barbecues and weddings, you can plan to protect yourself from a natural disaster. Sign up for local alerts, prepare an emergency kit, and make a family communications plan. Get started at ready.gov/plan.
Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
The fans came out today, David.
That's right, Gabe. Big games mean bigger tailgates.
Check out that Ford F-150 truck, a championship caliber performance.
Oh, flawless execution, Gabe. Smart, powerful, and with available Pro Power on board, F-150 just took this tailgate over the top.
Game on, David. For the latest offers on Ford F-150, go to buyfordnow.com to see your Carolina Ford dealer today. See owner's manual for important operating instructions.
back for the final couple minutes. Wake Forest down 10 to visit against NC State. 34-24. Wake with a first down at its own 21-yard line. And State has outgained Wake 409 to 311.
It really doesn't quite begin to capture the story, though, the way Wake has been shut down the second half.
Deeks turned it over a couple of times, had some big penalties. State has had 10 penalties tonight for 94 yards. Wake with 8 for 82. State's had the ball 36-25 to Wake's 21-35.
Seen Wake Forest do that before, but it's because they were scoring so quickly, pushing the ball downfield. They really haven't been able to do that tonight.
14-14 at the end of the first quarter. Wake had the lead at halftime, 24-17. State got the only touchdown in the third quarter to knot the score at 24. And State with a touchdown and a field goal here in the fourth quarter. And that's the difference. 34-24 Pack here in the 119th meeting. Wake Forest traveled to Raleigh last year and won 34-30. Very similar score here, but looks like State is going to end up on the winning side of the ledger this time. So, last couple of years, the road team, and teams have struggled on the road in this series since 2000 anyway. But not last year and not here tonight. Well, it was a struggle for a time for State, but
they figured it out.
At the end of the day, they just count the score, right? Not how you got there. So Wake is set to go here at its own 21-yard line. Trailing by 10. Quarterback all night's been Robbie Ashford, the 50-year senior. Motion to the right. Drops to throw. Looks, nothing. Runs out to his left. Now runs down the sideline and out of bounds across the way. That will stop the clock at 1:53. They'll mark him out of bounds right at the line of scrimmage. Second down and 10. Ball at the left hash here. 2 Deacons left, 2 to the right. State with a 4-man front. Snap to Ashford. Looking right, nothing. Looks middle, nothing. Goes to the left, incomplete. Shot that by Clark out of the backfield. Now it's third down and 10. Clock down to 1:49 remaining. Wake with no timeouts, down 10. Third down 10 at the Wake Forest 21-yard line. Ashford, 3 receivers right this time, 1 to the boundary left. He looks middle and deep and lets it fly, incomplete. Intended target was Micah Mays with Jamel Johnson covering.
Johnson staying very deep, obviously not letting anything get past him.
And now it is fourth down 10 for Wake. Deacons down to their final play here. If they can't get at least 10 to keep this drive alive. No timeouts. And this will be it. 10 yards or bust. Ashford's ready. There's the snap. Looking right. Pretty good rush. Throws downfield. Hits the official in the middle of the field. About 5 yards past the line of scrimmage. So that is incomplete. State will take over with 1:40 left. Wake with no timeouts and a couple of kneel downs, and this game will be in the books. Great start.
Referee's got bad hands.
Not such a good finish. Second half, Wake just couldn't muster anything offensively.
Running or throwing.
No.
Couldn't get outside, didn't go inside, didn't go downfield.
State made it really, really hard on Wake to move the ball here in the second half. So the Wolfpack will take over at the Wake Forest 21-yard line and line up in victory formation, like Wake Forest was able to do a week ago against Western Carolina. There's the kneel by Bailey. This will get it just inside a minute. As the play clock is at 30 now, game clock at 1:25.
Bailey showed some skills today for North Carolina State as well. He had a good game.
Yeah, Bailey on the night, 23 of 32, 201 yards, 3 touchdowns, no picks. He rushed for 19 more. He's back up under center. Snap and a kneel down. And one more kneel down will do it. A little pushing and shoving here now at around the line of scrimmage. Teams that have played since the 1890s will do that. So Wake Forest will lose for the first time and fall to 2-1. State will get to 3-0 after a one-possession win over East Carolina, same against UVA, and a 10-point win here tonight. 3 close ones, but 3 wins for NC State. There's the kneel down, and the seconds will wind away here in Winston-Salem, and that will be it. The final score from Legacy Stadium, NC State 34 and Wake Forest 24. Jake Dickert will walk across the field to shake hands with Dave Doran as they meet for the first time as ACC coaches. And NC State with a late night drive back home and a 3-0 record as the Deacons fall to 2-1. Hang with us, Dave Doran with a G. Down below, trying to run down coach and a deacon or two. Let's go down to Dave now. Dave.
All right, here with Nick Anderson. And Nick, what happened there in the second half?
Well, I mean, football's a team game, and we couldn't execute as a team, and they executed a lot better than us in the second half.
Issues on defense? What were they?
I mean, you know, we come into the game, we just had to set edges and be physical. They got us good, but we'll go back and look at the tape and, you know, have a bye week, so we're just on to the next.
I was going to ask you got hit in the mouth a little here tonight. As a leader on this team, what's your message to your guys?
I mean, it's a long season. I mean, one moment doesn't define us, so we just go back to work, take it like mature men, and try and get better from this opportunity.
Appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's Nick Anderson. I'll throw it back to you, Stan. We'll get Coach right after he stands in for the alma mater.
Okay, Dave, and sounded like a crusty veteran, right? Nick Anderson, the senior, is like, hey, what can you do but correct things, move on, and he'll provide the leadership that Wake needs. The Deeks will now have an open date next week, and then Georgia Tech will come to town the following Saturday, and then off we go.
Well, there's one absolute in sports, is the other side's not going to feel sorry for you.
Oh, no.
So you better strap it on.